You guys see these new Coke Zero cans with Iron Man on them? Pretty swag. I don't know why Iron Man's on them. I don't know if there's an Iron Man property coming out soon. But you know, he's got the arc reactor blaster out. He's getting ready to go. You know what I'm saying? It's more like a pneumatic drill or something. I'm trying to get like a. I can't make the sound. It's an auto body shop. Come on, what sound does Iron Man's blaster make? I can't do it, man. I can't make the. Yeah, Dan and I are playing Elden Ring. You got a problem with two dads swagging out? Why Elden Ring? It's called Compromise. Because Dan said, do you want to do something on Wednesday? And I said, absolutely. And then he said, how about Fallout 76? And I said, I'm going to have to use my one UN Security Council veto on that. And he said, how about Elden Ring Seamless Co-op mod? And I said, all right. Tarnished, wizened finger. I'm just making sure my controls are set up properly here. I've got to sprint to this first bonfire so that the seamless co-op mod will work. Now, you know me, lately, normally, got to turn it down a little bit for sure. Lately, I've been a little bit early for streams. Today, I took that extra 30 minutes to get the mod set up. Dan, to his credit, sent me step-by-step, piecemeal, easy instructions. I will say, with no disrespect to Daniel at all, this is my own paranoia. He sent me the zip file directly on Discord, and I said, I'm not doing that. I went to Nexus Mods, logged into my account, and downloaded the mod itself. Because I'm just not in the business of normalizing accepting a zip file on Discord. I believe that, because I don't know, it's like an STD, right? Like you gotta, it's not that I don't trust Dan, it's just that I don't know 100% where Daniel got the file from. If Dan, he probably got the file from Nexus Mods, but I can't guarantee that. I can only guarantee that I got it from Nexus Mods. I'm dead. I'm dead? I'm dead. You've killed me. I also forgot all the controls. My friend spawned in Farum Azula with only a broken short sword hilt. He fucking died. Before you talk smack, by the way, this is on my SSD. Also, like, other game devs have absolutely no excuse, except, I guess, like, there's lots of constraints economically and stuff like that with the size of your team. Elden Ring is, like, 48 gigs. It's so fucking small. And shit loads like a fucking dream, bro. It loads like a fucking dream. Flask of Crimson Tears. Flask of Cerulean Tears. You will jump into the cave of knowledge. Chat, is there a way to skip the tutorial? I've already beaten the game. But also, can you tell me what the controls are? Right. Yay! Touch Grace, I forgot about that. Ballatro's only 100 megs. Dude, I'm losing it at all the Ballatro... Actually, most of the Ballatro discourse about the code quality is like, who cares if it's not like gonna get you a 110% on like your PhD thesis in computer science. The game works well, it seems to be relatively bug-free and is beloved, but then like the dyed-in-the-wool graybeard software engineers who are like, no, you can't just put all your logic in a 256 switch case statement. Chuckles in if else. Alright. Okay, we're here. That's easy. If someone else ever has to take over the Balatro code base, they're going to be so confused. Wasn't it, all I know, my 2 cents, the best games ever made have some of the most deranged code. Isn't like 98% of Celeste coded in like a game.py file that just is all in the main function or something like that? Like this shit just starts public static void main and then it's like, that's it right there. It's one function. Okay, one moment, please. One moment. I'm going to say ready when you are. What the hell is he saying? You don't know public static void main, bro? It's the entry point for any Java program. Dan's already in the Discord. You know what? Thank you for telling me. I got a bone to pick.
That's so much bait.
Daniel, hello. Daniel, hello?
Hey, I'm just listening to Horalu. Hold on.
Sorry, I gotta tell something to chat for a second. Chat, no joke. I was driving yesterday.
I just had to hear Horalu.
You know how I was talking about? I'll tell it to Dan. Here, Dan, I'll tell it to you as well. Now that you're done the voice work. Yeah. I've been talking to my chat about how like maybe once every 3 months I'll see like a supercar in Vancouver that's wrapped with an anime character, and it's not the same car. It might be the same person, but it's a different car every time. Yesterday I was driving and there was a parked car. I only got a glimpse of it, okay? But it was like the meme character from RuneScape with like the pointy green hat, and it was like a huge mural on the back of the bumper, and it said like in memoriam for like gnome child or something like that. And I was like, what is going on here?
Ryan Gary.
Yes.
I feel like you're the only person in the world that sees those raps.
Vancouver's it's a special place.
Secondly, are you using the right microphone on Discord?
Dude, it would be crazy. I just plugged in my PS5 controller. Maybe I'm talking through the controller.
Okay.
No, I'm using the right mic. Do I sound horrible?
Yeah, but everyone who's been here the past couple days sounds like they're on tin can microphone. Can you boost?
So everyone who's been on your Discord sounds bad.
Yeah.
What are you about to say? Well, because like maybe you got to turn down your receiver volume on Discord, or maybe I don't know. Can we change our bit rate? Can we change our bit rate in this?
You know
Discord?
What it is? I just because when I was waiting for you to have like a smart Alec or Mark, I had you on like full gain.
Okay, yeah.
So I think you're fine now. I just need to turn you up on my mixer.
Testing. Sibilance.
I think you're way, but chat, we fixed it.
He who speaks directly clears up discriminately.
All right, we're good. Okay. You're just beelining for the good stuff, right?
Let me tell you, I'm already there.
Okay. Okay. I am just rushing there as we speak. While we speak, you want to bring us in and talk about what we're doing?
Absolutely. Dan came to me and said, do you want to do something on Wednesday? And I said, absolutely. He said, how about Fallout 76? I said, under no circumstances. I will not be purchasing or downloading or running Fallout 76. Then he said, how about Elden Ring Seamless Co-op? And I said, you know what? I would love to. Dan sent me a succinct series of instructions for how to use the mod together. It was easy to follow. I watched the tutorial YouTube video as well. I do want to say,
2X?
Here's how. No, I'm a what? We just went through this on like Monday or Tuesday, man. What's the rush? I got offended. People in my own chat were saying they're watching my videos on 2X. There's nothing to get to. It's not like there's a nugget at the end of the video that's going to change your life, bro.
But can I tell you something? Watching it 2x, just hear me out. 2x the ad revenue for you.
I guess that's true. I should probably just shut my mouth. I also, like, you might say, like, maybe you just picked this because you already own the game. I owned it on the PS5. I had to download it on the PC.
Really? You didn't buy this game on every platform?
No, just PS5. I do think I need to up the texture quality a little bit, though. It's kind of blue-holing me. I don't know what's going on with these trees, man.
Give me 1 sec. Chat saying my mic is bad.
No sweat, no sweat. I don't know what's going on with my... It's just windy. I guess it's windy. Never realize until something goes wrong with your video card that everything in every game is just a square. Like, it's just squares as far as the eye can see. That looks better. But I mean, what else could it be? Like, it's a 2D screen. Of course it's going to be like a geometric plane.
All right, we're back.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Do
you want a hoster or you want me to host her?
I don't think it matters.
Okay. I am just about to enter in.
How's your new internet at your new place?
So I went from a business internet to residential, and then someone, it just so happened, it was just a odd coincidence. The Comcast guy that came to my house, we then were able to, he came over and he's like, oh, you stream on Twitch? I'm like, yeah. Then he starts watching on Twitch.
Yeah.
But so I moved. He came to my new house and helped me wire Cat 5. So I have residential, but he told me residential and business is exactly the same.
Really? Oh, I thought he was going to tell you like, oh, you're not a normie. I'm going to like hit one switch and give you like 10x the speed.
No, it's like, he's like, it's literally the same thing. You just pay for different support.
Man, that's crazy.
And his name's Internet Jeff. All right, cool. I am in the main area.
I'll try to join you.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna.
As soon as I figure out what the controls are again.
Yeah, dude, I was the same thing. All right, let me go in my inventory.
I think I need to get the effigy of Melina and the separation mist.
I didn't put my thing down. Hold on yet. Chat, what's the inventory button? There we go.
Something like that. Let me know once your thing is down.
Okay, tiny greasy pot.
That's the one.
It is now open.
Okay. I'm coming in. Please, I typed it verbatim. I made sure it was case sensitive. I looked over it 20 times.
Is it loading?
It's loading.
If this works on the first try.
Oh! Who's a little lad who loves berries and cream? Is that what you're going for?
No. Bro, these guys have not met up since Dark Souls 1. It's been 4 years.
You know what?
It's like John Rock in the scene of WrestleMania 40. Who's going to flinch first, buddy?
I'm just glad I didn't also go Wretch. Because I was like, a part of me was like, he's going to go Wretch.
Bro, how are you decked out already?
I'm a confessor, bro.
All right, I don't know if friendly fire's on.
So from the video that you linked me, you can turn it on and off with the confessor's rulebook.
Okay. Do you want friendly fire on or off?
I think off makes a lot of sense because we're gonna be in there. Also, like, can I just, I don't know, like maybe at least give you some shoes or something?
Sure, I'll take whatever you got.
I think I dropped them. Oh, maybe I just unequipped them. Dude, I can't believe I played 200 hours of this game. I don't know what I'm doing.
Bro, I can't believe this worked on the first try.
It is crazy, right? I'm trying not to think about it.
I mean, this is the seamless, for those people asking, they're going to ask, it's a seamless co-op mod. It's like a 3 megabyte download and 3 steps. Anyone can do it. Did you drop it?
You know, it's crazy. I think it's actually like a 1 megabyte download. which is you can't get anything for 1.6 megabytes. Okay, by the way, apparently I deleted my pants. My mistake. Discard means you throw it in the ethereal trash can.
Okay.
I'm used to realistic games like Minecraft where you can't do that. I will instead leave it. I will leave it on the ground for you.
Okay, thank you. Give me 1 sec, and then we are locked and loaded. What, you got any concerns about Elden? I mean, I got to remember how to play. Do you remember how to play?
No, not at all. First concern is what are we going to do about the Tree Sentinel, bro?
Tree Sentinel? I guarantee that's a one-tapper.
You think first try?
Yeah. I mean, do you not? Are you Keith Kachuk or are you Hobby Boolin?
They're both really good. It's also crazy you picked like the two most notable Arizona Coyotes alumni right after their team got yeeted to Salt Lake City.
What's the new team going to be called?
They've not committed. They even said they would play their first year just as Utah hockey team.
Ew, really?
Yeah. I think they should just be the Jazz, man. Like, just double down. I like dude, you got the Mew Mew on.
What's a Mew Mew?
It's a designer clothing brand. You got the Balenciaga.
Wait, yo, 2024 new sweatshirt just dropped.
I mean,
is that a Mew Mew?
Crop top with a hood is a crazy look.
All right, the first of many here.
I'm all in.
How are we gonna do this?
Honestly, let's just go for it. I mean, you don't have to worry about strategy. You just got a club and a hat. You know how it goes. You just got to press circle.
Circle? All right, let's do it.
I was gonna say, does this game like normally have a HUD or something? It's been a bit.
Do you not? You have no HUD?
Oh, I got him. I got him for 47. No, I got a HUD now. It just went cinematic on me.
Oh, dude, we already got it. He's already down to 80% health.
Oh no. How do I res? How do I res? Let me guess. We don't have any frickin' res. Surely you can spectate though, right? It doesn't just say you died.
No, I'm watching. This is like the best 3 megabyte mod I've ever had in my life.
It is insane. Did you die in one hit, by the way?
I think so. I can control your camera too. This is really good.
It ain't going down like that. Now it is almost gonna go down like that. Do you know what cerulean tears do?
Yeah, it takes you to that town in Pokemon.
Oh, you know, I forgot I got miracles or what the heck is Assassin's Approach, man? Hang on, I'm kind of stalling here, but it's because it's for good reason.
Dude, you can do this.
Chat, what's the miracle button? What's the miracle button? I got the talisman on my left hand.
Yo, send it.
Okay, he sliced me up in the gut.
All right, first one doesn't count.
No.
That's the warm up. That's just tutorial life.
Have you forgotten all the controls? It's been almost 3 years, bro. Dan, did you get served the algorithmic tweet that said every Northern Lion clip I've ever seen is a 35-year-old man saying something no 35-year-old should ever say, and the game looks like this? And then the picture was like those mobile game advertisements where they like walk the dude through the gate that says minus 99% instead of plus 200%.
Well, I was gonna dab you up on your TikToks. It's like you going on some rant, and then it's like a tarnished Dark Souls player, just that whoever does your TikToks just ripped from someone else's gameplay.
No, excuse me, they ripped it from their own gameplay.
Oh.
they have become a Dark Souls speedrunner.
And I was driving the other day. I'm like, you know what? Ryan, you have the ability to become the biggest creator on the planet. You just had to plug into TikTok, YouTube Shorts, and now you're there.
The elevator doesn't work for me, man.
Wait, you're up here with me.
What are you talking about?
You're up here. I see you dancing.
I'm down here. I'm down here.
Oh, I just sent it back down for you.
So you did. You know, that's not a seam. Might be like a bit of a fold or something.
I think if we touch, chat says if we touch Grace.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm a little stunned that a Souls veteran such as yourself didn't like rest at the bonfire right before the boss. Like, what gives, man? Sorry, just getting the rust out.
A little rusta. Wait, so I've heard you go on like 3 or 4 different rants about car wraps in Vancouver.
Yes.
I've never seen one car wrap in my life besides Pay Money Wubby's energy car they gave him. And it's like a lot of anime curves on it.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at, I guess. That's the typical
But that's
use
a
case.
common thing in Vancouver?
It's common enough that I see it once every few months, at least. Where are you, by the way?
I am.
Oh, no, I see you. You've appeared out of nowhere. Hello, sir.
All right. Okay, I'm ready. I just had to fill up my balls. All right, we got him here. So that was just a warm-up run, didn't actually count. Now, do you know how to cast your spells?
Yeah, watch this.
Okay.
Brother, he's not going to know what hit him. Anybody in chat know what that did?
Wait, can you buff me up?
I got urgent heal. I don't know if I can use it on you, but I got urgent heal.
All right, I'll be the bait.
Nice try!
That's a good weapon, too, when we get it. Do you think we get 2 copies of the weapon?
No, I bet we got to share, dude. I think it's got to be a roll for greed, roll for need situation.
Okay, I'm with you.
I love what you're doing here. Keep the aggro up.
Bro, that's hitless. This is a hitless run.
They were cooking when they put this guy like right outside the first bonfire.
Miyazaki was in hiding for a couple years. This was his coming out party here.
Oh, it's all coming back to me.
Is this weird to you that this is nostalgia and this was out? Like, don't you feel like this game just came out?
I don't really see it as nostalgia. I don't get the nostalgia feeling from it. I honestly, like, until they announced the DLC, if you asked me when Elden Ring came out, I would have said last year, regardless of what year it was. But I guess, like, now that I think about it, it came out in 2022, right?
Yeah, it's a different time, man. How long does it take to make Dark Souls DLC? Oh, he smoked me.
It is crazy how long it takes. Hang on, I've got to cast... Oh, no, that's not how you cast Urgent Heal! There we... Look at that! 1/15 of my health bar restored. Oh, man, they're in trouble now. Anybody in chat know how you two-hand your weapon?
Why? Triangle.
It's not
Triangle
working. It's not
R1.
working.
Triangle R1. R1.
Triangle R1. Ah, okay, now, honestly, that was the
Oh.
last step before this guy's death.
So I told chat that I shared with you a Reddit story.
Yes.
Like from early this morning, and I wanted to read it to him, but I didn't know if it was appropriate or not.
Doesn't bother me.
Okay, can I? But
Please do.
But you have to understand it's tongue in cheek. Okay, it's not. I mean, but it's really funny. All right, so.
You also have to understand that I had nothing to do with this. This is something Dan linked to me apropos of... It's not like we were even talking about it in advance. He just dropped it in the Discord along with all the tech support stuff.
But did you laugh?
Yes, because I think it's funny.
So should I read it or not read it?
Go for it. Read it.
Okay. So this is just clipped straight off of Reddit. This is from a random Redditor. You say that... You say that, but I've just watched Summit get trauma dump breakup donations for like 6 years at this point. Sorry, brother, man, that sucks. Happy I could help. Appreciate you being here. Thank you for the support. Much love, Rips Bog off camera.
Oh, man.
Sorry.
He loves it. He's going crazy for it.
Sorry. All right, let's get this one.
What is he even talking about? He's talking about the The dichotomy that happens as a streamer, that you'll get like a donation message that is like really intimate details about someone's life, and then the streamer just kind of says like, sorry that happened to you, thanks for the 15 bucks. What's crazy is people are gonna think it's like an anti-streamer bit, but I'm like, what do you want him to do, man? He's playing Counter-Strike out here and you're starting like a therapy session with him. Like, he doesn't... Oh, I'm dead. I got stuck on the rocks. Be careful with those.
Oh, man.
Dude, the spectating mode is pretty good. You're not wrong.
Yeah, right? It's better than PUBG.
Oh! You got Tekken, man. Holy.
All right. So I think we can get him, don't you?
Yeah, we're just getting the rust off.
Yeah. All right.
Apparently, we're also supposed to rest at the bonfire every time, because otherwise you get debuffed in the mod.
Okay.
That's what I was told.
Debuffed?
That's what I was told.
Was it from a trusted chatter or a nefarious one?
I would say trusted chatter.
Okay, I respect that. All right. I think we beat.
Did you rest, by the way? Did you rest?
I did rest.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
So I thought I saw you just sprinting straight down the hill, but
no. I am shocked at what someone can do with 3 megabytes of code nowadays. It's a work of art.
I mean, it sounds bad. I guess they didn't implement seamless co-op in the game because it doesn't fit their vision for the game. It's not like they lack the capability. But I'm like, really? Like a hobbyist game dev just... I mean, it's 3 megabytes. How many lines of code could it even be?
All right, you want me to bait and you switch?
No, I don't want to fight him on the rock because that's how I got stuck last time.
Let's try it, buddy.
Okay.
What kind of D you doing with the heavy hit?
Well, I don't do heavies. I'm a little...
Okay.
I'm a poke lord, I think.
Okay.
I do about 55 damage per hit. I think he has 10,000 HP. So I got a ways to go.
I'm a heavy Andy.
Well, you do have a club. And little else.
There we go.
Huge. Now we're doing something. I mean, 3 Estus is just brutal. Sorry, 3 flasks of Crimson Tears. I mean, you can't do anything with 3 flasks of Crimson Tears these days.
Oh, we stunned him!
Oh!
Yeah.
He's mad at you now.
Oh, yeah. All it took was you knock a little bit of the rust off. Smash him in the hind quarters.
Ooh.
Oh,
I imagine they scale their HP for the co-op mod. Otherwise, like, this guy would already be dead.
Take a little sippy. All right.
Are you flaskless yet?
No, I got 2 in the...
2? Holy
2 in the hole,
cow,
yeah.
That guy's crazy. Oh, I got 0 because I'm dead.
Come on, big fella.
Ooh.
Should I throw?
No, dude, fight him. If you can beat him, I mean, like, this is the first. This could take us 2 hours right here, easy.
No way.
I mean, not with the way you're hitting them. Holy.
You versus the you?
I like it. You know, Dan demonstrates encyclopedic knowledge of medieval combat. This guy's wearing heavy armor, thus blunt weapons such as a club do double damage. Whereas I'm using a poking weapon, it requires more finesse and tends to just create glancing blows on the armor.
I'm with you on that. All right.
I thought you were doing great work.
All right, so I'm resting so we don't get debuffed.
And then I have to convert my blue flasks to red.
Oh, now we're playing some souls.
Flasks. Can you hear that?
No, what's that?
It's just my cat.
What's it doing?
He's climbing up on my leg and like smacking me in the hand to get me to to pet him.
How have the cats adjusted to kid life?
They seem to have gotten closer together. Like before, they were kind of like independently living their lives, but now that like so much of our attention goes to our daughter, they hang out with each other more.
Okay. Has there been any like stealth attacks
on the child?
Yeah.
No, but I was like, you know how when you have your first kid, like your amygdala expands like 10x in a week?
Yeah.
That's the center of your brain that makes you worry about things. I was like 100% sure that I was going to like go for a wake up one day and just see like a cat sleeping on my baby's face. But it didn't happen. Perhaps thanks
your
to
cat's got to be old now.
The sock that we got that we then sent to you, but it got booted off the App Store.
Yeah, thanks for sending that, by the way.
Just in time.
Oh, we're swinging for the fences, buddy.
He hit me with nothing, man. Watch this. 92 damage on a running heavy. Is a little bit of a green investment, but I mean that's how you got to do it.
Oh, nice shot. All right, here we go. When Miyazaki like sees this mod,
you
think he likes it?
I'm just gonna be honest with you, brother. I think he's busy. Strikes me as a busy guy. I'm not sure he has any thoughts at all on the seamless co-op mod.
You know what they call that?
What?
They call that the mass media effect. I took a mass media class in college, and there's a theory that says like, if you watch something, it's not going to impact you, and that's the theory. But it actually does impact you.
But he might not know it exists, though.
No, but I think what you're mass mediating Miyazaki saying he's too busy. No, he's watched Twitch before. I guarantee it. He's not that busy.
I don't think he's running in the same circles. You know what it is like when I come to stream on a Wednesday and like a new Amazon Prime show dropped 12 episodes on Tuesday, and then people are like, "Hey NL, what did you think of like the Netflix Avatar: The Last Airbender season finale?" And I'm like, I'm never going to watch it at all, but I'm certainly not going to watch 12 episodes in one day. I have no thoughts on it whatsoever.
So you mean to tell me, here's what Miyazaki does. He takes out a notepad, like one of those 3-ring binder things.
You can't just say, here's what he does, and then make something up. What are you talking about?
This is what he does. He takes out one of those 3-ring spiral binders, writes like a couple bullet points about Elden Ring DLC, and then he gives it to his team, they make it, and then he's watching Twitch the rest of his time.
I don't think so. I'd be surprised. Although that would explain why the game's...
the code making the game? You think Miyazaki's coding? No.
I don't think he's probably doing that much coding himself, but I don't know. That's just a hunch. I mean, she's got other stuff to do. You know, these are big works of art. It's not like farting out a Twitch stream every day like we do.
But he's not. He does the bullet points. That's what he does. And he says yes or no, and then gives a little bit of insight.
I think it's a little more complicated than that. But you know, I mean, I don't know. You might be right. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to? He's offended by the Twitch mod or the game mod because he didn't want seamless co-op in the game?
Yeah, I wanted you to appeal to your Reddit fan base.
I think he's got other stuff to do, man. I think he's preoccupied. You remember from Game of Thrones, right? A lion doesn't concern himself with the opinions of sheep.
You're not northern sheep.
Well, that's true, but I don't know where to go from that, honestly. I don't think we're just going around the point.
Didn't you go to like a live thing with Kate for a Souls game? I remember watching you on like the set of a game, and it was like Soulsy.
Oh, okay, so this is like two different things. I did play, I had a sponsored stream at Twitch HQ for Monster Hunter.
But did it look like a Souls background?
Kinda. Yeah. Monster Hunter is a third-person action game.
But I'm saying the set looked like you're on Dark Souls.
I mean, I was sitting on a couch. So, then again, what is more Anne Orlando than a couch?
Oh, that's BM.
I agree. I think he ulted.
Wait, so you did, and then you did one for Bluehole?
I honestly, God is my witness, I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, because you said there were 2 things you did.
The other
adjacent.
one,
Yeah.
I went to Final Fantasy 14 Fan Fest with Kate, which is what I thought you were talking about to begin with. But I wasn't on stream or anything. People are like, it's the PUBG dev. Yeah, I know that much. I just don't know. I don't know what it has to do with this.
Who did Demon Souls remake? Blue Point?
Blue Point, yeah.
Oh, okay. Wait, you were the one that blew the top off Twitch HQ.
Oh, I have no idea what you're saying to me. What do you mean I blew the top off Twitch HQ?
Because when you got back from that Konami thing.
What are you talking about, Konami?
The Dragon Hunter thing.
Okay, Capcom, Monster Hunter. It was at the Twitch HQ. Yeah,
but then you came back and you told us how, like, around every turn, there's like a spigot of nitro cold brew coming out of every wall in Twitch HQ.
That is true, yes. As a Bay Area business. Listen, this is pre them walking back the 70-30 split to 50-50 and then walking that back again. But when they walked back the 70-30 split to 50-50, I just thought about the $30 per sandwich catered lunches that were coming in and the fully stocked refrigerators. And then people were like, NL, that's not fair. That's not fair. If you want good talent in the Bay Area, you have to play that game. You have to have work happy hours with, like, you know, alcoholic kombucha on tap. Otherwise, you won't be able to compete with the Googles and the Apples and the stuff like that. So it's possible that I'm a little ignorant of the hiring constraints in that business.
No, but you blew the top off. No one knew that was a Twitch secret until you shared about the nitro cold brew.
Well, that's because everybody else, I mean, I'm the only honest streamer, right? They were all worried about losing out on the fountain of LaCroix. I can't be bought with sparkling water. Only with money, like a normal person.
Are you still LaCroix pilled, or you moved on to something else?
LaCroix, I don't get too much. It's too expensive. Other sparkling waters have come in at a lower price point.
Do you have a brand of choosing?
Whatever's cheapest at the grocery store, so usually Western Family.
Wait. There's a brand called Western Family in Canada?
In the western part of Canada, there is.
Isn't that a little DAE?
I'm gonna need you to start speaking English to me at some point in order for these conversations to flow.
Meaning, like, isn't that saying, like, Western Family? Isn't that very, as the kids say, unbased?
I would say that they don't, like, check your ID when you buy it.
What's the logo?
It's a red circle that has a W and an F in it.
All right, let's win this fight. Let's win this fight. Take a big one. And another big one. Can you tell me how do you know when he's about to ult? Oh, take a mouthful. I think he's going to ult now. Yeah,
God, he was absolutely right. Okay, I'm flaskless, but I'm still in there.
Oh yeah. I feel like after he stuns, he ults.
Dude,
just stay alive here.
He's in trouble. I got the bait. By the way, I know some other streamers that have played this. I'm not trying to call out anybody who may or may not be in the chat. I understand they went a little bit more, you could say strategic, you could also say a little more, pussy. One melee character, one magic character. We're not going to be doing that today. I thought about I could just spawn in and start yeeting magic missiles while Dan tanks the damage. That's not the way we do things around here. I mean, if you're not getting up close and personal, like what are you even playing Elden Ring for?
Come on. Come on, big fella. No ulti. No ulti.
Dude, he's stunned!
He's gonna ult. He's gonna ult. Nice, nice.
He's
good
actually right.
Okay, it's okay.
So I'm just healing real quick, and then I'm gonna take the aggro.
Good. I'm good. I didn't use any slurps.
You're flask full?
I just used my first one.
Okay, I got the aggro for you.
Ready to take a mouthful of this, buddy? One more. One more.
I'm in.
Freedom.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude!
Oh. How do we emote? How do we emote?
Touchpad. Golden how? What did you get? Did you get something?
I got the Helby too.
Dude, what does mine say? Sweet. What does mine say? Dude. Is it the share button?
Nicely done.
How do you emote, man? Status?
I use the right select button and then go to the right.
Oh,
right.
gestures. Yeah. Woohoo.
Nicely done. That took us 7 attempts.
Yeah, that's nothing, bro.
Can you equip that? I can't equip it though.
Let me maybe I'll eat some levels and see if I can equip it.
Wait, we can level up?
Got 3200
Ooh,
essence. What do they call it? Souls?
Souls?
Brightness? What do they call them? Runes. Oh, that's right. We can't level up. We need the maiden. You need the maiden first.
Okay. Nice kill, though, by the way.
I mean, now, could anything stop us until, like, dare I even utter her name in your presence?
I mean, that's going to be like child's play. 2v1 Melania?
Because, like, don't just, like, one person just eats the... And then the other person's just, like, going to town?
I mean, we don't have to eat it. You can just dodge it.
Well, you know, some of us don't have 4,000 attempts of experience. Some of us only took like maybe 300. Still a lot.
Right, where'd
don't
you
get
go?
me wrong. Did you know? I'm not trying to call him out. Wait, maybe I got this backwards. Maybe I got it confused with Sekiro. Apollo has to be like the funniest Souls player of all time. He beat Sekiro all the way up to the final boss in like a day and a half. Fought the final boss like 5 times and said screw this, and then never actually beat the whole game. And then I don't know if it was the same thing in Elden Ring, but like I know he got to Millennia and he was like, this is unfair, so he just used like the mimic tier to cheese it, which I'm not even against. I'm just saying it's just funny. It's just funny. That's all for someone with so much prowess in video games. He's entitled to play them however he chooses, and we're entitled to make a joke about it.
I never knew that about. Oh, I gotta see the clips, man. Oh, I can hear his voice. You know, that's ridiculous. I have to, you know, and then he goes to full screen and he's out.
He is fun maxing. It's true.
What's fun maxing?
I'd say it's maximizing your fun. Dan did a voice. I didn't do a voice. I described the situation very calmly and civilly.
Dude, this is...
Hey, this guy doesn't stand a chance.
Yeah, I mean... Miyazaki didn't know what he was doing when he put this in, man. He should never have made the seamless co-op mod.
Also, double loot? Holy. I don't even remember... Like, for someone who spent so much time in this game, I don't remember anything about it.
Bro, me and you both. At some point, I'm going to go back and play Dark Souls 1. It will be like playing it for the first time. Like,
Dark Souls, my expectation is that when you go back to Dark Souls 1, after having trained in the fires of Sekiro and Bloodborne, and especially Elden Ring, you will beat the hardest bosses in like 1 to 3 attempts.
Really? That's your theorem and postulate?
There's like no hard bosses. Psych! There's like 1 hard boss. But even like
Manus?
Manus and Artorias are not even that hard in a world where Elden Ring exists.
Very truing. Speaking of truing, you want to know what I learned this weekend? My father-in-law told me.
Okay.
There is a 2nd level Costco. Have you heard of this?
Level, like with an escalator, or a 2nd level,
No.
like 1 more grade premium?
There is. There's a business Costco.
There are business Costcos. It's true.
You knew about that?
I knew about them. I don't know if we have any like in Canada, but I have heard of the existence of business.
They just
Costcos.
put one in Michigan. It was like, it's a new world.
But don't you need like a business membership in order to take advantage of it?
But are you dead? Let's get out of here. Get out of here.
Really? You don't want to fight 30 guys at the same time?
I mean, we could pick them off.
Brother, I got no problem with these guys. Wait, watch the. Okay, well maybe the big guy. The big guy got some issues, but
It's divide and conquer.
never mind. I'm gonna die. I like what you're doing here. Watch out! I'm bringing the heat.
Okay. You got to go get this maiden. Take a mouthful, buddy.
I made a huge mistake. Right. I think we take him, honestly. I think it's easy. That's the craziest part about all of it.
Okay.
There are a few more than I anticipated, though.
I'm working them from the backside.
Yeah, okay. Come on, come get a taste.
All right. Okay, I think there's only 2 left. Are there any on you right now?
Yeah, there's a couple. Wait, this guy's toast though. Don't even worry about him. Okay, there's 2, and one of them's a little scared. Dude, the parry is like I gotta get used to the parry timing again. Okay, what do you? I got the mini boss.
I'll be there in a second. I just gotta take out this one little Andy.
Come on, come on. Oh! Okay.
All right, I'm on my way.
He's got some range on him. I'm not sweating it. Oh, you're so close to being parried, bro. You don't even know.
Chad, is there an indicator on the map where Ryan is?
Uh-oh.
Okay, yeah, there is.
Don't even worry about this guy. Watch this, Dan. Can you see this?
Yes.
Oh! Thank you for the assist.
Done.
Thank you. Thank you. Dude, there's nothing in the world like hitting a parry in the Souls games.
I mean, watching it from third party, it was pretty impressive.
When
done.
Like they go in for the attack and then you just deflect it and they throw their arms up like, whoa! What am I supposed to do?
Bro, you're doused in the red sauce right now.
Yeah, check this out. I have to ask, Dan, and it's working for you. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Are you still, when you eat pasta, you're still just eating the sauce?
So I ran into a little bit of an issue. So I'm gonna just walk you back a little bit.
Understandable.
For probably about like 4 or 5 months, I won't say I carb min-max, but I took carbs down to like a very, very small amount. Right?
I understand.
So
and you're going on TV. You wanna look presentable.
Yeah. So it worked, right? So like I could see resemblance of like abdominal muscles, and I haven't seen that since I was like playing football in high school. So anyways, so post haste, I'm like, okay, I need to eat more protein. So I'm like, I Googled what has protein in it and said cheese. So for about a month, I was eating like,
oh no. How much cheese per day?
So I was eating like, this may be getting into some details. I was eating like a block of cheese a day.
Like,
I'm
like a pound of cheese?
Like, you know, when you go to the store, you can buy like a big rectangle of cheese.
Yeah, but like, that's like, would you say it's the half the length of your forearm, or like?
I would say from like your knuckles to right past your wrist.
Okay, I mean, there's still a lot of cheese.
So like because I'm like, I need to eat protein and there's not always meat available. So I'm like eating this, and then one day my wife in the morning she starts like making a protein shake.
Yeah.
She's like, yeah, I've been using this for protein. I'm like, why didn't I think of that? The next morning I wake up and I have razor blades in my stomach.
Yeah.
And like, but this is after like a month of eating just a block of cheese. Nothing went wrong. And then, bro, I've never had stomach problems my whole life, but after eating like a block of cheese for a month, like I just couldn't go.
Yeah, I hear that it's like it can make you constipated for sure.
But I always thought that was something that happened to old people.
Yeah, it was happening to other people, not us.
But so it's a real thing. But then I also felt like an idiot because I'm like, I did this to myself. It's like you have this plumbing and then you're just throwing bricks in the plumbing and then you're complaining why your plumbing doesn't work.
Yeah, I mean, like there's something to be said. I'm pro cheese in my life.
Yeah.
Until the doctor tells me not to eat it anymore because I have lactose intolerance, probably. But you know, there's something to be said about carbs. Like, your body likes to use them for fuel. They contain fiber as well, which can be helpful for avoiding, as you so called it, throwing bricks into the plumbing.
Yeah. But I'll tell you
so
what.
So now
man.
you're having a little, like a half noodle 2x sauce type situation.
No, like once I literally just got on the other side of like all the bricks are removed. So now I'm just going to go back to what I was doing, but instead of eating cheese, I'm just going to have protein shakes.
Okay, I can understand that.
But yeah, like last night we went out to eat for my in-laws. They had a wedding anniversary. We went to an Italian restaurant. I just got the sauce, the meat sauce with no noodles.
I mean, listen, like I said, it's working for you. That is insanity to me. To look the server dead in the eyes and say, can I just get the sauce? Did they bring a fork, or
the fork was already on the table?
I guess I'm just asking what cutlery they brought to serve you with.
With the plate?
Yeah.
It was a cloth napkin kind of plate.
Oh,
so you had everything.
Okay,
yeah,
I see.
Yeah.
Like a starch white tablecloth type deal.
Yeah, not going to Applebee's for their wedding anniversary.
That's a good point, honestly. Hang on, I'm going to put the horse on my quick bar. How do you do this again?
If you hit the right select button, and then
right. Yeah.
Triangle on the pouch slot you want.
Triangle on the pouch. Okay.
And then put the Frodo's ring on it. Yeah.
How do you open your pouch?
Oh!
You ready?
Yeah, let's do this.
Whoops.
We're going to ride through?
How do you sprint? How do you sprint with your horse?
Circle.
The same way you sprint normally.
What a good game, man.
They broke the mold when they made this one. Are you still getting cheeseburger at McDonald's, or are you going bunless?
I go bunless, but I'll tell you what. The other thing, so you had me Coke Zero pilled. I consider myself someone who doesn't get influenced, but every time you talk about Coke Zero, I'm like, I'll give it a shot. I gave it a shot. I was drinking one a day for like 2 months.
Yeah. I love you're talking about it like that was like rock bottom.
Yeah, I mean, it was like, and it's good, but then I noticed after I was drinking it, I felt like fuzzy. You feel fuzzy after drinking one?
Like mentally fuzzy? Like brain fog?
Like fuzzy, like you got fuzzies on you.
Like physically.
You feel like a
itchy.
little buzzy, like buzzy a little bit.
Do you have a coffee in the morning or a tea or something?
Yeah, coffee.
I was thinking maybe it was just the effects of the caffeine, but I doubt a Coke Zero's caffeine is affecting you if you're already used to coffee.
So I stopped drinking it, but I'll tell you what, man.
You miss it a little?
I pine for nothing like I pine for that crisp, and then feel that like heat acid bubble going down your throat. There's nothing like it. Do you have one right now in front of you?
I do. But I will say, I don't know. I'm not trying to say that it's not addictive, because obviously it has like a non-negligible caffeine content. But I went to the grocery store when I ran out, and I looked at the price, and I said, F you. I'm not paying that for Coke Zero. So I went like a week and a half, 2 weeks without Coke Zero. Not just paying it lip service, Didn't notice at all. Then I went back to the grocery store yesterday, and it was on sale, and I said, all right, you got me. You suckered me back in.
When you say you didn't notice, like you didn't notice, meaning like you didn't miss it?
Didn't miss it at all.
Really? What did you, but you had to replace it with something?
I was just having water, sparkling water. That's about it.
Okay. But you're back, though.
Well, I had one today, 2 yesterday.
How much? How much is it in Vancouver for a sixer?
A sixer, I wouldn't know, but I imagine you pay a premium because it's a smaller quantity. So
Wait, you don't buy like a 6-pack of beer, like a 6-pack of Coke Zero?
I would buy a 6-pack of beer. I wouldn't buy a 6-pack of Coke Zero. Like that's just, what am I showing up to, like a 12-year-old's birthday party or something? Like it's just weird. It's like showing up with like a 2-liter of ginger ale or something like that. Like I think I got 20. They started selling a 20-pack.
Okay.
And that's a good amount for me to carry while also making sure that like my toddler doesn't get hit by a car in the parking lot. So that was like, I think that was like $11.99. Which I was like, 60 cents a can, not too bad. But usually I get the 32-pack at Costco, and it's like $13.99 for 32, which is like that's a bargain, man.
You buy like a pallet of Coke Zero?
I think you could describe it as a pallet, yeah, or a flat maybe, something of the sort.
So when you buy it from the grocery store, do you buy those like long rectangular boxes of Coke?
This one was close. I know exactly what you're talking about. I would say this one was closer to more like a rectangular prism instead of like I don't know, like you know what, the library used to pull out the index cards, and the shelves look like the cases you're describing.
When you get one of those, do you put the box in your refrigerator, or do you can them?
I'm an unload and put the individual cans in the fridge, Andy, and then break down the box and put it in the recycling quick.
Do you put all the labels facing the same way?
No, I'm not insane. I do try to put all the cans on the same shelf, but that's just more for, the seamlessness of the process.
You know what? All these years I've known you, you know what I've never asked you?
What?
What was your first job?
My first job... well, hang on. Let me not get blown up by that. I worked part-time my first year of university doing phone canvassing for donations from alumni. And I gotta tell you, it's a different environment, man. Like in 2006, you could literally phone up like someone who graduated from your university like 5 years ago and be like, hey, do you want to give like $100 to the school that you gave $20,000 to when you were going there? And they're like, yeah, no problem. Every once in a while, you'd call somebody and they're like, no, money's tight. And you're like, that makes sense. But people were like, I don't know. It's just crazy to me to think that like 18 years ago, people would be like answering the telephone whenever it rang. It's crazy. And then they'd be like, a stranger just asked me for $100? Sure, here's my credit card number over the phone. Like, what were we thinking, man?
When your old university calls you and asks for a donation, what do you say?
It's literally never happened. So I guess like they any databases that they bought, they don't have my information on it.
I did text Ryan the other day, and he responded, please refer all questions to my publicist, David Martinez, instead of actually responding to my text.
You know what it is? Because I knew, and I don't blame you for it, but when I get a text at 7 a.m. from Dan, I know I'm being farmed for content. So I got to make sure that it's something I actually want to have on display. If you message me on Discord, that's like privileged information. It's not intended to get out. Well, I think you asked like what were my thoughts on subathons. I think you'd have strong opinions on subathons. It's in the middle of my friend Malf going through a subathon. I'm not answering that question.
I was just wondering your opinion.
But you phrased it like I could reverse engineer where it came from, which is like someone in chat was like Malf subathon is going something, and then you said I'm going to ask Ryan how he feels about subathons. I bet he's got strong opinions. And then I got like an essay when I was on the toilet. I had just woken up. I'm like, Any media requests pass straight through David because he's better at saying no than I am. But I'll tell you here, I'm pro subathon, man. What do I care? You know why I like it is because like all of my friends who stream, which is the only people I watch on Twitch now, they're all normies. They all stream in the morning to the afternoon their time. So when I actually get free time for 7 minutes a night at like 10:13 p.m., nobody's live. But then when they're in the subathon, they're all live, and I get to pop in and go like, yes, yes, and then go to bed.
Real quick, do you remember your script from when you used to beg for college money?
Not at all, no.
Oh, did you have a script?
Yeah, I mean, you have a script. It's like not a good job. Most of the people you call are not happy to be receiving the call. But it's crazy thinking back that like anybody was happy to receive the call. Then that summer, I worked at Goodwill for like 6 weeks, physically processing the donations, and that's a different world.
What? I mean, there had to be some amazing stuff. Did you get like tier 1 like rare Pokemon cards coming in and stuff, or what did you see?
Typically just garbage. Like
what do you mean?
Like
people donate garbage?
Well, on a literal level, yes. Like sometimes you would just show up for open and there would be like garbage bags full of garbage in front of the Goodwill. And I imagine what happened is people said like, I have garbage, but I don't want to like feel like I've created waste. So they just give it to you to be like, maybe they'll sort through my garbage bag and I don't know, find some stuff that they could take to the recycling depot for 35 cents a pound. So we just threw it in the garbage. Sometimes people would just donate like old boxes from their attic and it would have like food in it.
Ew.
Like unopened boxes of like Ritz crackers and stuff like that. So you know we were snacking. Depending
Did you
on
ever
the
find
age of the
anything like
product.
Do you ever find anything like super good or like valuable?
Nah, not
Never.
at all. Not a single time. Most valuable thing you could get, clean t-shirts. That was pretty rare though.
Should we go level up?
It's probably a good idea. I don't think we should be fighting the Giants anyway, but I will tell you what. So you know how Goodwill works, I'm sure. But for anybody who doesn't, it's a store that sells items that people donate in order to raise money for charity, essentially. I don't know how to vote, man. How do I vote?
Just go to the map.
I'll go to the map, and I will take us War Master's Shack.
Yeah. How does this just work? How does this just work?
Seamless.
It just works. Sorry, go explain.
Yes, so people donate products and then you sell them. And I remember one day, it was like the best day of work because I was on the floor doing customer service and quote-unquote sales instead of processing garbage that people dropped off. And there was just a bin of miscellaneous items, right? And the lady called me over and she said, "Excuse me, can you help me?" And she was holding like blinds like that you would put on your window. And she was like, "I want to get these blinds, but like they're missing like this little piece on the end that you need to attach them to the window. Do you have it?" So I like dove into the barrel, Donkey Kong Country style, like on my like face basically looking for this little piece. And I was like scrounging through the barrel and I'm like, "Sorry, we don't have it." And then she looked me in the eyes and said, "Well, can you order it in?" And I was like, politely, I was like, "Oh, no, we can't do that here." But in my head, I was like, "Do you know where you're shopping? This isn't like, you know, Ryan's Blinds and Drapes. This is someone brought this in here and then a 18-year-old kid like me looked at it and said, clean blinds? I don't know, $7.50, put it on the floor." We don't have like a warehouse with all the loose parts and stuff like that.
Was there like a certain genre of customers that would come in? Like, could you see like, oh, Timmy's looking for old electronics? Were there like certain people you knew were looking for certain things?
Honestly, I wasn't on the floor enough to know the regulars. I was that would have been a blessing. Instead, I was in the back rooms with the other ex-cons trying to like unload stuff from the back of someone's truck, and then you get it inside and it's just a bunch of old like soiled pillowcases, and you're like, "Well, I'm glad I slipped the disc getting that out of your F-150 for like $6.75 an hour or something like that." Canadian.
You did say other ex-cons, right?
Oh, you didn't know? Yeah, I've been to prison.
I can only imagine if an officer pulled you over for speeding. I'm
Yeah.
sure you had some quick one-liner cocked and loaded for him.
I'll be honest, I don't even know what I would do. Because I don't remember if I told you this story, but so, you know, between Canada and the U.S., there's this thing called Nexus. It's kind of like TSA pre-check.
Yeah.
If you're going through the border and you have Nexus, they basically just go like, you know, come on
You can
in.
just sprint. You can sprint through there, and they won't
pretty
say
much.
anything.
So we got Nexus. We went to the U.S., but we didn't get our daughter Nexus, which is our fault, I'll admit. But the reason we didn't get it for her was because she was 1 year old. So we were like,
Okay.
surely they don't need a Nexus for a little kid, because like you have to go to an interview. Like, what are they going to ask our 1 year old? They're like, have you ever been convicted of a crime? Or like, it just doesn't make sense to us. But that's our bad. We didn't look at the forms, right? So we go into the Nexus line at the border, and the guard is like, well, there's only 2 Nexuses here, and there's 3 people. And then I said, yeah, we don't have one for our daughter. And he said, well, what are you doing in the Nexus line yet? And I said, well, I didn't think we needed one until she was older. He's like, no, you need one. And like, we could take your Nexus away for trying to get through the line without having a Nexus for her. And I just said, oh, okay, we didn't know. And then he looked at me and he was like, well, you don't care, do you? And I was like, I care, but like we just didn't know. And he's like, well, I don't think you care. And I was like, well, I do. I don't know what you want me to tell you. And then like we were kind of beefing a little bit. I feel like dude had prejudice against me because I have a deep voice and a calm demeanor. Dude wanted me to be like, oh, please don't take my Nexus. What would I do without the ability to go to Northern Washington and go to Fred Meyer? Like, you have no power. What are you going to do? Turn me around and send me back to my house? Like, you have no power here. We made a mistake. Get over yourself, buddy.
Can I just be devil's advocate here?
Yeah.
When he asked you if you cared, I'm sure you gave it in a semi-smug delivery.
I had a flat demeanor. I said, I care. I said, I care, but I don't know how to show it or something like that. Like, I didn't know what he wanted from me. Like,
You
obviously,
smugged
he's
him
not a
up.
good detective. Otherwise, he'd be working at the FBI, not at the, Peace Arch Memorial Crossing between Osuyos, BC and Blaine, Washington. Is it possible he's just not a good judge of character?
I mean, I've seen you say things that were not meant to be smug, but they were smugged up.
You know what I think
So-
it is?
What?
I think that I derive my behavior from a logical level. I behave in the way that I think is most logical given the circumstance. And a lot of other people derive their behavior from looking at the behavior of those around them and then mimicking it. So because I am like, you have no power here, I wasn't like shaking, I wasn't like quivering in my voice or something like that. And he's like, oh, you're not mimicking what an average person would do if they cared. I'm like, that's
see,
not
you
really my
just-
problem. Everybody else is crazy, brother. I'm the only
you
sane person
thought-
here.
In your head, you looked at him and you thought you got no power over me, and your demeanor smugged that message to him.
I mean, I think it's possible, but what does he want me to do? Like, apologize for that being the truth? It doesn't make any sense. He can't do anything. I mean, he could do something. He could send me back to my house, but like, it would kind of screw up our morning, but then we'd probably just go out for dinner afterwards.
So let me ask you this: when is the last time like you blew a gasket and lost your ish?
It's on anybody but Chad. I don't know. It's been too long to remember, honestly.
Really? There's been something happen where like you just lost it?
No.
But aren't you just like a shaked up 2-liter of ginger ale waiting to explode?
I don't know why everybody thinks that. I'm actually like a pretty calm guy most of the time. I just have strong opinions.
So you were telling me you haven't like yelled, not at chat, in the past 5 years?
I mean, okay. I've yelled like "stop" at my child. Does that count? That's more of like from a preservation standpoint.
Yeah. No, I mean like you're like going to mow the lawn and the gas can knocks over and then you cut yourself on the blade and then the grass shavings are everywhere. You don't just like.
I've never cut myself on the blade of my lawnmower. That's just. I mean, they're designed not to chop your hands off. You got to work really hard to injure yourself on those.
But I'm saying like there's never been like a comedy of errors when like everything goes wrong. You fall down the stairs and you don't just yell like the F word or something.
I mean, not since I was like, I don't know, like 13 or something. I don't know what you want from me. You're kind of asking me. I feel like you're like, have you ever yelled at a stranger? The answer outside of chat is no. That seems crazy to me. That seems like you'd have to go to like anger management or something if you're out there yelling at a stranger.
I know, but sometimes there's never a situation. So like you've been a dad long enough. I'm sure you've been around other parents who maybe are a little, encouraging Johnny to do not nice things. You never like had some snide words for a parent?
Not yet.
Oh, all right.
But there have been times I've wanted to, for sure.
All right.
But I try to show, like mercy to the other parents because I know it's not so easy. There are times, when their kid lays down like flat on their back on the slide, and then like your kid's at the top of the slide waiting to go down. And then you look at the parents, and the parents are just like shooting the breeze on the bench, not doing anything about their kid laying down on the slide. So then you got to become the parent, and you got to be like, hey there, slugger, you ever think about going down the slide? And then the kid is like, I don't want to. And you're like, well, okay. Don't know what you want me to do about this.
So I don't yell at strangers, but I've yelled at strangers twice in the past 2 years.
Okay.
But the situation is I'm coaching. So I coach a lot of youth sports because my kids are of age. Coaching a basketball team. And these kids, it's not basketball, but they play it's their little kids.
Yeah.
So the way the league's set up is each team has like a red armband, a green armband, a black armband, a white armband, a yellow armband. So you look at the kids and you kind of match them up by skill. So hey, if I got a red armband, I'm guarding the kid with the red armband. So you're
like ranking the kids within the team and then using that to like mark their man during the game.
Yeah, because you don't want like the best player against like the worst player.
Have you ever had to like demote somebody from gold armband to like purple armband? That's got to sting.
Yeah, but the kids don't know. They just want the color they want.
That makes sense. Yeah.
So it's the fourth quarter and like there's subs coming in and I'm like matching them up, and the other coach yells at me, goes, what do you think this is, the NBA? And like, it was a tight game. And I look at him and I go, coach your own team, buddy. And he goes, well, this isn't the NBA. And I go, coach your own team. And then I looked at my son, and my son's kind of looking at me like, Dad, what's going on? And then I just backed into the corner and just let it go.
Why is he mad?
That's what I don't know. But to me, that's provoked.
Be honest, were you winning? Like, were you up by 8 or something?
No, we were down by 1.
Oh, okay. So he was like, just take the loss.
Yeah. But like, what do you want me to do? Just sit there and like let him yell at me?
Yeah, no, it's weird. I think you're 1,000% in the right for that one.
So, but I get
And this is like
what you
a team.
Done?
Is this a team full of like 6-year-olds?
Yes.
That's hilarious.
and it's like I'm matching these kids up so that they don't get, so they have a fun time, not that like their best player's on our worst player and that
exactly.
kid never wants to play basketball ever again.
Dude, that is really good though. I probably would have reacted the same way. I'm gonna hold on to that. Coach your own team.
Yeah. That's what that's the only thing I think of, and not to mention like his team was stacked, and I got kids who got 2 left feet, but we're out here grinding, man, getting those rebounds.
And this isn't like, I don't even know if they have this for 6-year-olds. This isn't like, rep basketball. Like, they're not going to send someone to like an elite basketball elementary school or something like this.
This is like whatever kids are in the neighborhood and their parents want them to do something on a Saturday morning.
Oh, man. That is crazy.
All right.
This is a boss, huh? I forgot about this guy. This isn't the
Tibia
NBA.
Mariner.
Well, why if it's not? I mean, I get that we're on the same side here, but if it's not the NBA, why is he making subs, dude? Doesn't make any sense.
So I mean, if you want, and then full circle, I kind of had to eat it because at the end of the season, they like invited a couple kids to do like an after camp, you know, kind of like the better kids on each team just to do like a skills thing.
Okay, yeah.
And they invited my son. I'm like, yeah, we can go. And one of the two coaches that ran it was NBA buddy.
Oh no.
So I see him and I'm just like, what do you do? So I went up to him. I just said, hey, I'm Dan. I think we got off on the wrong foot. And he just kind of gave me a look. I'm like, all right.
Wow.
I know. What can you do? Did you take the high road and then
maybe taking it a little too seriously.
Yeah.
But you never know. He might be the next 76ers coach. The way that that series is going. Are we supposed to leave this guy alive? Is this it was like a good lad or something?
No.
Ah, whatever. Oh my god, you're just beating it. I think he popped his head off, man.
Did you see his neck?
Oh, dude. I haven't had anything like that yet, but I'm looking forward to it. We had our own nightmare I told you about in Discord. We had like an orientation for our daughter's kindergarten that starts in September. And the email, I swear to you, said families welcome. We were like, should we bring our daughter? Like, is it like a serious event for adults, or is it like kids should come too? The email said families welcome, so I said, I guess we'll bring her. Lo and behold, 75 other families, 1 3-year-old there. And then it's like 90 minutes of like dry presentations about like, you know, how you should prepare for September and stuff like that, what our education philosophies are and stuff like that. I was like, oh, man.
Were you getting the look from the other parents?
Not the look, I would say, but like after the first half, I was just like, she can't sit here this long. So I took her to like the back of the auditorium and was just kind of like keeping her busy. Then at the end, there was supposed to be like a mixer so you can like mingle with the families. The principal of the school came up and said like, very politely, but they were like, just so you know, like she can't be here because we're going to serve wine. So like our insurance will eat us off the policy if there's minors here. We said, all right, nice to meet you guys. Have a great night. We'll see you in September.
Nothing like great first impression from the Letourneau family.
I know, man. And I was like, how did I misread the email? Like, the other 70 families were all like, oh, families welcome. That means no kids. But I was like, families welcome. I guess I'll bring my family. I'm not really. So I mean, it's just funny. I'm not mad about it, but.
What did families only mean?
I didn't say families only. It's families welcome.
Oh, families.
I wondered if there was like a little stipulation in the registration form, which I'm just going to say was not my doing. I wasn't the person who clicked on the link to register. Maybe there was like a little alt text that said parents only.
Let's go to Stormhill and fight Morgat.
I think it's a great idea.
So this is, I feel like we could talk about this openly because it just is what it is, bro. Once you get her into school, starting to open up a little bit. You can start to breathe a little bit more, man. Well, she's in daycare right now, right?
Yeah, but our daycare provider's on vacation for 2 weeks, so Stormhill Shack. Right
it's
there.
far left, yeah. Kate, you know what I'm saying. Once she goes into school, then, you know, hours open up a little bit more.
I hope so. She's also going through like she's in an activity while daycare's off that goes from like 9 till 1. So
okay.
Kate drops her off in the morning, and then 2, my stream finishes. That's kind of like daddy time. But she's going through a phase where she thinks I'm like an evil person that she doesn't really like. So it's like, 3 to 8 hours of just like her being like, hi, daddy, don't talk to me. Hey, do you want to go to the playground? Nope, I want to play with mommy. And I'm like, well, mommy's working right now. Ah!
You know, I never relish in someone else's like bad stuff, BM, but you know, that makes me feel so good because I thought it was just me, but the other day I went to get my daughter up for breakfast. I open her door. She's standing there. She sees me. She goes, "I want mommy," and slams the door in my face. And she's 2.5 years old. And I'm like, bro, that's not how it's supposed to be, man.
You're like, I'm taking the bullet right now, and you're out here making my life hard?
But it must be like a daughter thing. My sons weren't like that, but my daughter's doesn't want to play with me either.
I'm like, it's crazy, man. So that was like 2 to 10 last night. Just getting,
so what did you?
Just getting like beaten on emotionally. I don't like you. Mommy's smarter than you. Oh, you shouldn't say that. Mommy's funnier than you. I'm like, okay, now we're gonna have some words. No disrespect to Kate. I know she's in chat. I'm just saying that's supposed to be my main trait. That's what I spec'd into at the character creator.
So what do you, when she doesn't want to play, what do you do when Kate's busy?
Well, I do my best to try to get her from, like, to not bother Kate while she's in her office. And then, you know, I'll just set her up with, like, a book or something like that and kind of F off until she starts causing problems, basically.
Set her up with a good book.
I mean, for a while, it was like, you know, I try to, like, push through it. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't, but, like, now I'm like, well, I don't want to see you right now either, to be honest. It's like, I got my own stuff I got to do. I didn't come here to be yelled at. So when you get an attitude adjustment, let me know.
I will say that the great equalizer for me, those donuts. That's like if my daughter's in a sour mood, I'm like, you want to go get a donut? That usually like snaps her out of it.
Honestly, I mean, like, food has a lot of value. But I'm also, I don't know, like, as a parent, you, like, second guess yourself, right? So I'm like, I don't want her to, like internalize in the firmware of her brain that, like, you know, acting badly equals eating sugar. Like, I just don't know if it's possible to tease that relationship apart later. Oh, they killed my horse. And now they're
sneaking around the side.
Oh my god. But anyway, like, she's mostly chilling. It's been like 2 nights in a row where she didn't, like, wake up at 4 a.m. and then ask me to, like, just go in and tuck her in. So that's an improvement.
Oh, they got me.
Should I just, maybe I can go rest at the bonfire?
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, at the Grace? The Shrine of Grace?
It's letting me just come back in.
Look at that.
Instead of watching you. That's interesting. Dude, I know we're harping on it, but 3 megabytes of code. During a boss fight, I get to spectate you. Not in a boss fight, I get to spawn back in. I mean, that's... How did they... Do you think that co-op was in and then they just didn't release it?
Well, I mean, co-op is in.
But it's weird.
You can, yeah, it's seamful. Instead of seamless.
Yeah.
But then, like, I don't know. I was thinking about it too, because I had to get this on PC last night and install it, right? And I was like, oh, maybe I'm going to need to make some space on the SSD. Nah, bro. Miyazaki, he's packing it in, like, densely. All of Elden Ring is like 48 gigabytes. That's like a budget size for a game in the modern era. And it, like, runs well. Then you play, like, you know, no disrespect, but like Bob's first, like, physics platformer, roguelite, slot machine, Balatro, like, fast follow, and it's like 4 gigabytes, and it looks like it came out on the Game Boy Advance, and it runs at like 3 FPS, and you're like, what's going on?
All right, are you in that Bonnie inside there?
I am. I'm chilling right here.
Okay. Okay.
Wee. Balatro's less than a gig? Yeah, well, I wasn't talking about Balatro. I was talking about Bingle Bingle. We put respect on local thunk here. Also, no disrespect to Balatro. 'Balatro. 'Balatro doesn't have Horaloo. Okay?
I couldn't get into Bingo Bingo. Could you?
I didn't even touch it because for me it's like, hey, like Godfather Part 2 came out, and then like a week later, people are like, hey, are you gonna check out like Analyze That? I know you like Mafia games. There's another Mafia game that just came out. Hey, are you gonna go see Mickey Blue Eyes? I'm like, bro, we're just like, we just got The Godfather Part 2. Let me digest The Godfather Part 2 before we start doing like, you know, Mafia Mommy starring Toni Collette.
Bro,
hey, you just had a T-bone steak. Would you be interested in having like a can of Spam? Just give it a chance. I will one day, okay? When all the meat's off the Balatro bone, then maybe it's time for Bingo Bingo.
I don't know how your brain works, man. How do you just pull that stuff out? No hesitation.
I'm society's
Mickey
last...
Blue Eyes?
You don't know Mickey Blue Eyes? Hugh Grant?
Do, but I haven't heard about it in 40 years.
People went crazy over Mickey Blue Eyes. You couldn't shake a stick in 1997 without someone telling you about Analyze This. Whatever happened to Billy Crystal, man?
Isn't he hosting the Oscars?
Yeah, like in 1992.
What happened to him?
I guess he's probably just retired or something.
Ooh, take him out for that. Why doesn't Joe Pesci do more movies?
I think because he's like 87 years old. He's like insanely old to be working in any domain.
Yeah, but you tell me you didn't go to the theater to watch a movie starring Joe Pesci?
I didn't even see The Irishman, and that's like, you know, on my computer screen.
Yeah, but he's just a bit player in that.
I did see 8 Heads in a Duffel Bag, circa 1996, though.
Is that the one with Sylvester Stallone in the train?
I don't think so, because Joe Pesci's on the cover, and just Joe Pesci.
What is it? Stop My Mom Is Dead or something? What's it called?
Stop or My Mom Will Shoot?
Yeah. Did you ever see that?
It's interesting because I think there's only like 4 years difference between us. Okay. But that's enough. Even like, and for myself as well, like when I talk to like a 31-year-old, like we have different experiences. But like you kind of slip closer into that like Gen X sort of like Karate Kid, Back to the Future, Ghostbusters, Goonies sort of stuff. Mm-hmm. Stop or My Mom Will Shoot is also, I'd say, a part of that. I've never seen it.
Neither have I, but what is Gen X?
Gen X, this is the generation after the baby boomers, between the baby boomers and the millennials. Probably, I'm going to say that it's like 1965 to 1982 or something like that.
Okay, but what should I be then?
I think you're an elder millennial.
Okay, but Gen X is pre-millennial. Sorry,
yes.
I was clear.
But okay. You're like there are millennials who were born in like the year 2000. So their experience in life is very different than yours or mine. And yours is a little bit different than mine, and mine's a little bit different than yours.
What was your first internet? AOL? Did you have America Online?
My first internet was a local ISP, which I also feel is like, it dates you a little bit. But I did have AOL at a point. Because at some point you got enough of those CDs in the mail. Like, you'd be stupid not to redeem them.
Was it called COL where you lived?
No.
No, it was still America.
It was still, yeah, you're right. It is weird. It's still America Online. What
was your local ISP called?
I mean, I don't really want to get into all that. I don't know if they want the smoke, you know?
What do you mean?
Well, I don't know. I'm not in the business. You know what?
Your old local ISP?
I was talking about this with, I don't even remember. It's crazy because it was yesterday, but I'm like, I don't remember the situation. But I was reading that there was an episode of Mythbusters where they tried to bust the myth that you can like make a bomb with stuff you can buy at the hardware store. They were like 99% sure that it was going to be busted, right? Well, they did the episode, shot the whole thing, and it exploded like a bomb. So then, yeah, you do the damage share. they said, what do we do about this? And they just scrapped the whole episode for public good. They were like, we can't get this information out here. It's like too dangerous for society.
Yeah.
I see this as like a microcosm. My ISP from 1996 didn't ask for the attention. So I'm not gonna give them the attention.
Ask for the attention, what, 100 clicks on their old website on GeoCities?
Yeah, I don't know. But it might be the most traffic they've gotten in like 20 years. Maybe they didn't, it's gonna. I guess they're the ISP, so I don't know how it would raise their hosting prices. But I'm sure it's just not my. It's not my thing to advertise. That's for them.
But is that the reason why you're just embarrassed about the name of the ISP?
I didn't create the ISP. Why would I be embarrassed about the name?
Same reason you're embarrassed about Taco Time in Future Town?
Okay, Future Shop, great name for an electronics store. And Taco Time, I'm not even sure if that's Canadian, to be honest with you. I think that might be an American company originally. I've died, but you got this one. Look at those rolls. Taco Time's so bad. I've only eaten there once, and I would describe it as an acceptable mall food court meal. I had a taco salad inside of a hard-shell taco bowl.
Taco salad inside of a hard-shell taco bowl. I got it.
It's like one huge tortilla chip. Like, I feel like, don't you feel like there's a huge difference? Because like the world changed a lot and continues to change. But yes, the launch of like the mainstream adoption of the internet is like a moment in time that you like can't go back through. I feel like there's a huge difference between people who got the internet partway through their lives and people who were born into a world where like they had the internet right away.
What do you think the difference is?
Well, I don't mean like, what are you popping here, brother?
Cells or souls.
Oh, runes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so you're saying people who grew up with no internet, then got internet, are different than people who were just born into it.
Yeah, well, I think that there's natural differences in like your personality as a result of that, I guess is what I would say. I don't know what the differences are necessarily.
Yeah.
But I think like, okay, wait, just can you just relax? We're having a conversation here. Are we going to the round table hold or are we soloing Margot?
No, I'm leveling up real quick.
Okay, maybe she's just talking to me.
Okay. All right.
I just feel like that's like a generational divide. Is like, did you have a childhood of some noticeable length before the internet existed? For you, at least.
See, I think I'm a misnomer.
Okay.
Because I grew up with a 900 baud modem.
Right, yeah, that's like
I was probably like 5 which was not the norm, you know?
Right, yeah, you had a tech-savvy parent or something.
Yeah. And then we had like text-based Prodigy and that kind of stuff.
CBS, but you were playing MUDs on the Usenet. I understand.
Nah, I never did that. That's
nerd stuff. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's something Mathis would have done. But
you're probably right, honestly.
But yeah, I mean, like I remember using that stuff and feeling like out of place. Like I'd go to school and like these kids have no idea, you know, the pogs that are out there.
I mean, we were still learning typing in school when I was in the 9th grade.
But you're already cranking out.
I could type faster than my teacher in the 9th grade. But like,
what was the message board that you met Josh on? NeoGaf?
It was not Neo. Don't put that evil on me. Again, I'm not just throwing stuff out there. One day, you are going to have all of your personal information compromised. And I'm going to have sympathy for you. But you're going to say something on stream. You're going to be like, how did this happen? And I'm going to just play back like a compilation of like all the times you gave hackers the ability to steal your entire identity.
What like when you say leak all my information, like what?
I don't know, like the password to a single account that contains all the information they need to get into all your other accounts.
Well, you think I would leak that?
I think accidents happen.
But you're saying I'm negligent enough to make that happen?
Yeah, if not for
What?
yourself, then for someone else. Didn't you post your address on Twitter one time?
No, why in
I
chat
remember
if you think
I
I'm
was
that negligent, and in chat if no?
I was in a hotel with Kate, and I opened up Twitter, and I was like, Dan just posted an envelope on Twitter with his address on it. And then like a minute later, the tweet got deleted, and I was like, what is this guy doing?
I don't remember that.
I mean, like, this is crazy. You got to be careful out there a little bit. I'm probably
Didn't
a
you
little
leak-
paranoid, but like,
Didn't you leak your IP in Minecraft once?
I thought that I did, because people in chat were like, press F6 or something, and then like a bunch of decimal point numbers came up on the screen, and I was like, any one of those could be the IP. You deleted the VOD? Yeah, because I asked chat. I was like, did my IP show? And then people were like, yes, delete VOD. And then I deleted the VOD, and people were like, oh, he deleted the VOD. I was going to watch that later. And I'm like, you're the one who told me to delete it, man. It was a bad day. So that's why that whole Minecraft situation where like people are like, we got you good. That's why whenever I change settings in anything, whenever I'm switching tabs in Google Chrome during the dulls, that's why I put the screen on black. It's PTSD from that one day. And people are like, I hate when he puts the screen on black. I'm like, you did it, brother. We were letting it fly. 2016 to 2011 or whatever. We were just showing it all. All it takes is one bad day.
Hey, what do you call it when I do that? You have a name for it. I forget what it is. When I just alt-tab openly.
You're crazy to me because you use display capture.
Yeah, but you call that something. I forget what you call that. Are you in here with me?
No, I don't know how you got in so fast, actually.
A little different.
Raw dogging it? That sounds right to me. I mean, that's crazy too, like, because I always know, if Dan sends me a message that's sensitive late at night, I try to make sure that the conversation goes long enough that it's not in view of the Discord window by the time the morning shows up. Because I'm not saying that it happens regularly, but it only needs to happen once. He's throwing out, not just alt tabs, but the alt tab where you hold it and then all of the contents of all of your windows show up on screen for 1,000 strangers to see. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. That's too much for me.
What are you hiding? What? I got nothing.
That's
to
a
hide.
misnomer. It's not I'm hiding anything. It's that, you know, I'm using one PC. Like, literally, it's tax season right now. I'm getting emails from my accountant that are like, hey, we forgot your social security number. Can you pop it in here? And then, like, you know, you're doing it at 11 p.m. Maybe you forget to close the tab. I'm just trying to keep my risk level low. I'm not taking NetSec advice from somebody who posted an envelope with their shipping address on it. It's crazy.
It was a P.O. box. Speaking of, how come you got rid of your P.O. box?
It's just I didn't want the stuff that people were sending me, to be honest. I made Kate aware of that fact for like 5 years before the P.O. box even stopped. And then, like, I think finally she just didn't re-up it when we moved, and I was like, this is like a blessing for my life.
You made Kate aware. What did you say to her?
That I don't like the P.O. box. Like, if, what? Because, like, no disrespect, but if I, like, wanted that stuff, I would just buy it. So, like, most of the stuff that is being sent is, like, stuff that I don't want. Which is fine, but, like, I don't want it. I mean, it's just the reality of the situation is that most of the stuff ended up in the garbage anyway. The fan art is nice. It's always nice to get the fan art. I'm talking more like, you know, 30 Star Wars action figures. You know, a sailor costume. We got a nice Blu-ray collection as a result of that. I'm grateful for that. Don't get me wrong. That's how we watch Game of Thrones.
People would send you costumes.
They were sending us all sorts of nonsense.
Like what? I know you got Star Wars action figures. Like
Why don't you have a P.O. box, brother?
I do. I just don't leak it.
What do you have it for then?
Just so people don't send stuff to my house.
Like so the mailman doesn't send stuff to your house?
Just if I have to give an address, like at Costco, I don't want them having my address, so I give them the P.O. box.
Do you ever open your P.O. box?
Once a month.
That's crazy.
What
So
do you
when you
mean?
open it up, it's just a bunch of junk mail?
No, sometimes there's good stuff in there, like checks.
Why are you giving me Why are the checks coming to the P.O. box, man?
Because for a while I had my insurance on double pay or auto pay.
Okay.
And then they like one day, like normally I just throw all the insurance stuff in the garbage. I'm like, I'm gonna open this one, and it was like a refund check.
Oh.
It was like, you've been double paying us. You never get
Okay.
those checks every now and then.
It's usually a bill. It's usually like the opposite. It's just like we forgot to charge you. So like we lived here for a year, and then I got a letter from the gas company that was like, hey, you need to urgently register for like your natural gas. You're in like dereliction of duty. You haven't paid us for 12 months. I was like, you can do that? Isn't that kind of like your job to make sure like when the gas is pumping to my house, you got my information? I don't know how it works. I just turn the heat on, brother.
Wait, you had a year of free gas?
Well, not free. I had to pay for it. I didn't have to pay for it for a year. Then I had to pay 12 months all at once.
Yeah, but you got it for free, interest free. You made
It
interest.
is interest free, and especially in today's rate environment, like that's not nothing.
All right, we can get this guy.
But the P.O. box is like, I'm sorry if this offends anybody that sent us stuff. I'm sure the stuff that you sent was stuff that we use every day. And we got some things, like we're still using a cutting board that was really nice that someone sent us that they made themselves.
What's on it?
My initials and Kate's initials.
Oh, that's kind of heartwarming.
Yeah, I mean, that was like useful. I was happy to receive it. But then like the other thing is like, I don't want to sound ungrateful, like you give people an inch, they take a mile. But like sometimes you would get like P.O. box media requests like for a game. And you're like, well, you sent me an email. And I was like, nah. But then you like put a letter in the post with like a little action figure or something. And it's like, hey, here's a code for our like mobile game that you didn't want to play when we contacted you the other time. But like now you have to read it out like onto the camera because you didn't pre-open all the mail to begin with. And I'm just like, honestly, like the less, and not everybody feels this way in this business, but I feel like the less mechanisms that you have to contact me, the happier I am. I'm happy you're watching. You don't need to send me, like, listen, you should know. If you bought an action figure or a copy of, like, Grey's Anatomy on PC and then sent it to me, yeah, it ended up in the trash. And it's not my fault. You bought the trash. I didn't make the trash. I didn't buy the trash. I simply sent the trash to the destination that it was going to end up in no matter what.
Well, why would someone send you a copy of that game?
Because it's like it's an inside joke that I played it in 2011 and never finished it.
But what would behoove someone to then take that joke and make it physically manifest?
I imagine they thought it was funny. And that's why it was annoying, because then you do the P.O. Box video where you open it up, and then people would be like, haha, I'm going to do the same freaking thing. So then the next time you do the P.O. Box, you got like 8 of them.
Wait, are there any of your P.O. Box videos with you, like, cringing or saying something rude in them?
I have no idea, because I've released like 12,000 videos. I was feeling it on the inside most of the time. Like, there was stuff that I was grateful to receive. That cutting board, lots of Blu-rays and stuff like that. That's how I saw Ghost in the Shell. Oh, now we're
nice time.
Take a hit. Take a hit. There you go.
No, I appreciate the letters and stuff, but like when a game company sends me like cologne and a USB drive and a XXL T-shirt.
Yeah, you're I just don't. Just save your money. Save your time and your money.
You know what? You know what I think? I'm like, I much would have rather you save that money and paid me more in the sponsorship.
It's also true. It's just, you know, it's just not my. It's too parasocial for me, is the thing. I'm more than happy. People think like I'm a curmudgeon. Anybody who's met me in person, hopefully, will be happy to tell you I'm always glad to stop for a conversation or a photo, a handshake, anything like that. It happens, you know, fairly frequently. But I don't want to do like a P.O. box unboxing of like, hey, remember that time you talked about this thing on stream? Here's a reference to it. And I'm like, why don't you leave the jokes to me, buddy?
Oh, I didn't tell you the other day, man. I went to, so my son really likes Madden on PS5. And I don't necessarily, he gets really frustrated though, because there's like 8,000 menus. So I'm like, okay, let me slowly like fade away Madden PS5 and replace it with the NES.
Tecmo Bowl.
Yeah, so I went to a local retro game store. And I walk in, and the dude's like, hey, do I know you from somewhere? And I'm like, I don't know. And I just happen to be wearing a red shirt and a black hat. I'm like, okay, here we go, right, like Big Brother. And he goes, you play Fortnite with Northern Lion.
Hey!
and it's like, that's like extremely rare. Like normally it's like Big Brother Trader type recognition. And then, you know, I was like super nice and tell me he has like a YouTube channel and stuff. And, but the thing was, the whole time, and I would try to tell him, like I tried to like make small talk so it didn't happen. He was shaking.
Oh,
I'm like, bro, I'm just a dude. And, but it was shaking. Like, does that, because when you said all that stuff about the P.O. box, I pictured someone like hand delivering a parcel to you and shaking it. Of like a knit crochet of like you or something.
That stuff was good to receive, by the way. It's more like when you buy something from a factory and all of a sudden I'm like, why do I have 12 Newt gun rays in my house? Yeah, it happens for sure.
It's in the trash. What's that emote? Satomari. Satomari. Sure emote. It's in the trash. It's in the trash.
I have no idea, man. I have no clue.
Someone in your chat said you threw that right in the trash. Oh.
I didn't throw it right in the trash. Like I waited until it felt like, you know, like you put it on the counter and you're like, maybe we'll find a place for this. And then like 2 weeks later when you're cleaning up, you're like, I don't think we found a place for it. Well, what am I, like, I don't think people, to be honest, I mean, obviously this is a biased take as I'm the streamer in question. But I don't think people like really give you the good grace to put themselves in your shoes. What am I supposed to do? Have a room in my house that's dedicated to me? This is weird, bro. I don't want to walk into a shrine of like chibi art of myself every day. That's not the vibe I'm trying to put out when I'm having other parents over for like dinner parties and stuff like that. It's weird.
I think you're probably the most normal streamer in the planet.
Realizing that.
You ever go to a convention and talk to someone who brags about a room they have, but nothing but chippy art of themselves?
You saying that while your body just fell off the cliff was so funny to me. Sir Soyid has fallen. It's just not my tempo, I'd say, personally. The things you do for love, though, right?
Oh, man.
Speaking of which, I was talking to my wife about this, and we're trying to figure out what the... apologies if this is a sensitive subject, by the way. Why are you messaging me stuff like, hey, help, my wife's getting serious about the Disney cruise. What should I tell her? I told you my honest opinion. I was like, if you go on the cruise, you'll probably have a great time.
What do you mean? Like I said that because I'm like starting to panic. I'm like, this thing could actually happen.
Yeah, why? What's the problem if it happens?
Because that's everything I stand against. I'm not going on something that I constantly make fun of you for.
I see your point. It puts you on the rhetorical back foot. I can understand that, yeah.
And it's like every day she's dropping little breadcrumbs. And I'm like, how do I get out of this thing?
Well, first off, you're asking the wrong guy. Because I'm into the thing. So how would I know how to get out of it?
So what I did, what my method to combat this is like, okay, make it as good as possible. So I go, hey, Ryan, right. I go, if we go on a Disney cruise out of X, Y, and Z, do you want to go? He's like, nah. I'm like,
you have to work on the honesty of the phrasing, in my opinion, because
that's what you said.
You said, do you want to meet me in city then? And I said, nah, bro, we just got back from there, and it's a much longer trip for us, which is extremely true.
But you didn't even run it by Kate. What if Kate wanted to go?
We go on enough cruises. We don't need to add another one to the repertoire.
Kate?
You don't need me to go. You'll be fine.
I know I don't need you to go, but I'm like, also, it would be more fun.
It would be. Well, you know, you should have come on our last one then. I guess we didn't really send out an invitation, though.
No. I'm not flying across country to go on a Disney cruise, brother.
First off, Michigan to Florida is not cross country.
No, Michigan to Vancouver.
No, that's insane. But we were in Florida.
Oh.
I mean, now that I said that's insane,
Vancouver,
that's not even that insane. That's, I don't know, it's probably like a 4-hour flight or something. They do run the cruise out of Vancouver in the summertime, but it only goes to Alaska. So we did that one twice, and we're kind of like, let's mix it up a little bit. No disrespect to Alaska. A little bit of disrespect to Skagway. Wouldn't catch me in Skagway like on purpose, but I understand they're doing what they got to do over there.
Wait, it's a place called Skagway?
Yeah, it's like it's for tourists basically, so it's like an old-timey, almost like Gold Rush, Wild West pioneer village type thing.
They couldn't come up with a better name than Skagway?
I mean, it was probably came up with it in like,
nice
2
done.
2 BC or something.
I think that's our chance right here.
No, it's your chance.
No.
It's a pain in the butt to get to Florida, though, from the West Coast.
Really? You don't have a straight shot?
We have one straight shot a week. So if you're not going on that day, tough luck. We went down on that day on the straight shot. I think no problem. And then no, maybe we had a connection on the way down, but it wasn't bad. We had the direct flight on the way back, but there were thunderstorms because it's Florida, so they canceled our flight and put us on one with a layover the next day. And I gotta tell you, waking up with a 3-year-old at 7 a.m. Eastern time, because you've been in Florida for a week, and then not getting that 3-year-old to bed until like 1 a.m. Pacific time. Ooh, that's that was normally when people are like, I want to take my kid on a trip, but I'm not sure how they'll do on the plane. I'm like, don't worry about it. It's easy. You just, give them an iPad, give them some toys, give them some sugar. They'll be fine. This time I was like, I'm never doing that shit again. We're taking a different flight next time.
The realest thing I ever heard was that going on vacation with kids is parenting at another location. It's not vacation.
But that's kind of why I agree. That's kind of why the Disney cruise has some goat DNA in it, because you can drop your kids off at the kids club for a few hours a day and have a little you time.
Well, this is what I heard, and tell me if it's true. This is how my wife's been pitching me on it. She said there's like either a wristband or something that the kid gets that they can't leave without like the matching wristband of the parent. Is there some way to like?
Yeah, there's like the kids have like a watch basically, and then all the kids clubs are like decked out with security, like gates that close and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So that your kids can't leave the club, or an alarm will go off, and they'll freak
That's
out
good, though.
because they don't want to lose a kid, which I think makes sense. Get them.
Give me the extras, you piece. Yeah, I mean that does sound really nice. It's like 24/7.
Well, it's not 24/7. You can. Then they have
It's
fun.
open.
Like that's what the people are like. It's like jail. Yeah, of course it's jail. They're like 6 years old. They need jail. Can't be like, oh, here we'll just give you like 3 hours of unsupervised time on like a ship in the middle of the Caribbean. Like that's insanity. Of course it's prison.
Don't die here.
That's like the best part about it. Plus they got like
Nice.
Nintendo Wii's and stuff in there. They do activities. Characters come by. They sign autographs. It was like a light in the darkness. First few times we went, our kid was dealing with some separation anxiety. She didn't do well in the kids club. We'd drop her off and get a text like 10 minutes later that there's like she wants to be picked up.
You just send that text right to voicemail.
No, we're like, oh, and then we'll go pick her up. But this time, she could stay for like 2-3 hours at a time if they had a good activity. It's a world changer.
No, I mean that's like to me, that may be the XY variable that at least moves the needle a little bit.
Especially, I think for you guys, it would be a little even easier because A, 2 of your kids are a little older, and B, because your youngest would have siblings there, it might be a little easier for her to adjust.
Yeah, it's like you're just somewhere with a bunch of large furry animals playing games and stuff, but not scary because your brothers are there with you.
Exactly.
I got
And you're
you.
like, nothing could ever happen to me. My 6-year-old brother will. There's some truth to it, but also, like, as an adult, it's a funny thought. It's like me as a kid when I was home alone. I was like, oh, if someone breaks in, don't worry, the cat's got it. No sweat. We're on.
Here we go.
I'm dead. I was just mashing, to be honest. That wasn't a serious attempt. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
I would recommend it,
Pelotons on the
though.
Disney cruise?
So I think I told you this before. They have the bikes you clip into, but you can only use them during like their spin sessions. Otherwise, they all get piled up in a corner. But they have like normal exercise equipment. First day, I don't know, 2 cruises ago, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna work out on the cruise. I'm up at 5 a.m. anyway. I might as well. The sea was a little angry that day. I walked on the treadmill for 60 seconds just as a warm-up. Started to jog. 30 seconds into my jog, I was like, this isn't right, brother. I was like insanely sweaty and my stomach was doing flips. Went out and sat on the couches outside of the gym for like an hour and yacked in the toilet.
Too much seasickness?
Seasickness.
Is
Normally,
that the only
I
time
don't.
you've had it on a cruise?
I don't get it very badly, but that time was bad. But then what's crazy is like, it was still bad after I threw up. But then at lunchtime, my body was just like, I'm hungry. And then I was over it for the rest of the voyage.
That's good. I mean, I wonder how long something like that lasts. Shoot.
Some people
got
get
it.
it like the whole time. So yeah.
I know if I told you this story, but I think last week or maybe the week before, I took my kids to a Red Wings game because it was like actually mattered.
Yeah.
And,
They were in the hunt.
Yeah, so I just bought, like, I didn't even look at the tickets. I just bought them. And we go into Little Caesars Arena. And my son looks at me and goes, Dad, we're not all the way at the top, are we? And I'm like, no. So then, which also, side note, I didn't know that you can't walk into a hockey game while the game is on.
Yeah, the ushers tell you to wait until the play is done.
Yeah, that's like a different kind of decorum. I felt like it was like a high-class environment.
Well,
but anyways.
Yeah, after 15 minutes in the stands, you probably didn't feel that way, is my guess.
Oh. So anyways, my son's like, hey, we're not sitting all the way at the top, are we? I'm like, no. So Little Caesars Arena is like everywhere is a good seat, but the top is like very steep.
Yeah.
So as we're walking up to our seats, we're in the absolute top row. And my son goes, Dad, he goes, are we going to fall? And I'm like, no. He's like, my stomach doesn't feel very good.
Oh, no.
I'm like, okay, everything's fine. So then we make it do like the second period, and my son's like, can we go home? I'm like, sure, no problem, because I don't like the Red Wings at all.
Yeah.
But he does, so I'm like, okay, we'll go. So we get in the car, and he goes, Dad, I don't ever want to go back there again. I go,
no.
Why? He's like, it's too high up. And then all of a sudden, he goes,
oh, dude.
all over the back seat.
Is he still strapped in the car seat too? Oh, that's a nightmare, man. Captive audience.
I'm like, it's all right, buddy. We don't have to go back there anymore either.
Holy.
But I guess it like really affected him being so high up. It's kind of scary, I guess, for a kid, you know?
Dude, it's a little scary when I haven't been to the Canucks games for a while. If we're in the upper bowl, I'm like, it is high up here. I got a story about me as a kid that I think you'll find very in character for me.
Okay. Heel.
Oh, Friday nights, mid 1990s. My mom and my grandma used to go out to bingo. You know, most Canadian Friday night of all time. So I would hang out with my dad and my grandpa, and usually we just go to like a restaurant and then maybe like Tim Hortons or something afterwards. So I remember my dad was driving, my grandpa was in the passenger seat, I was in the back seat. I'm 3 or 4 years old, right? Maybe I'm a little older because I wasn't in my car seat, but I'm very young. My dad said, or I say, Dad, I gotta go to the bathroom. You know how it was back in the day. He said, like, there's a, like a cup in the back, just go in the cup. So I am going in the cup, and I just remember that my grandpa said, like, Jesus Christ, what's going on back there? And then he looked back, and I was holding the cup, like, upside down vertically and peeing into the upside down cup. And I still remember, like, to this day, my methodology was just like, it feels bad to like be sitting down and then point your you-know-what, like push it down like in the proverbial toilet. So I was like, I'm just going to pee like straight up. I didn't think about the next step, obviously, which is, gravity.
You still hear about that one?
No, I think maybe they've forgotten about it, but I haven't. that one's going to stick with me.
Did you get in trouble?
I wouldn't say I got in trouble, but they were like, what were you thinking? And then I was like, you know what? When you put it that way, it was pretty dumb. I also remember one time we were going fishing, same group of guys. And we had the boat attached to my grandpa's trailer hitch on his pickup truck. We started going up a big hill, like a few miles away from our house, and I just hear thunk. And I look out the back window, and I'm like, Dad, Grandpa, the boat is rolling down the hill. And they went, what? And then he threw it in park, and they both got out and like sprinted and grabbed the, whatever you call the front of the boat, and just held it so that it didn't roll all the way down. Like, to this day, I don't know how much physical strength that must have taken. And it turns out my grandpa had put it on the trailer hitch, but he didn't like lock it. So as soon as we hit any sort of elevation, it just slipped off and started rolling away.
Dude, kids do say the darndest things. So, a week later, I took my son to WWE SmackDown.
Yeah.
And I'll save you the particulars, but there's these two dudes, and they're like fighting on the top rope. They're punching each other back and forth, and one gets like suplexed off the top rope and slams on his back, and he didn't move for a minute. My son puts both his hands over his eyes, and he looks at me and goes, "Dad, is he dead?"
And what did you say?
I just gave him a hug and I said, "No, son, he's okay, buddy."
He'll be on Raw next week.
All right. All right, let's get this one.
Oh. Also remember, I was losing it. Like, my kid is trying to get me canceled or something. Chad will remember this better than me. She was down here in my office while I was streaming. We were just, like, having a fun conversation. And then out of nowhere, she said, like, do your Mexican voice. I was like, what are you talking about? And she was like, do your Mexican voice. And I was like, I don't have a Mexican voice. Like, I feel like she's trying to put out, like, a cultural hit on me or something. That's it. She said, talk like Jose. I was like, what is the... People who don't have kids are going to be like, oh, he must have a character called Jose that he does at home all the time to make his daughter laugh. And I'm like, I don't even know what she's talking about, man.
Well, what's she talking about?
I have no idea. I think she just wanted me to say, like, no way Jose or something like that. But then, like, people, like, well, I wouldn't even say people without kids, but lots of people are like, oh, if you hear a kid say it, imagine what they're talking about at home. I'm like, at home, nobody's mentioning Jose at all, man. I don't know where all this Jose stuff came from.
Oh, when she hits you with the Mr. Toshi bit, then you know she's coming after the throne. Oh.
I can already tell this is the one.
This is the one. Okay, he doesn't even know who to attack.
It's got hops, though. Oh, man. They're funny, though.
All right, phase 2. All right, here we go.
I mean, phase 2 is actually easier than phase 1, so I'm not sweating it at all. Dude, I got him on a string.
All right, I'm tapped out.
No flasks?
No. Nice stun.
I hear that.
Nice.
Huge whiff. I'm also flaskless, but I think we got a chance. Oh, he did an animation cancel. He's mad. I kind of left you out to dry there while I popped two urgent heals.
Take him.
Did you see that? He's got to work on his aim a little bit, I think. Oh, that stings. All right. He didn't like that. He didn't like me talking about his aim. Watch this. Ooh, you gotta close that gap, brother. Never mind. Never mind.
We can get him. I feel like we're oiled up. I know you hear the hum though.
We're one away, no question.
Yeah.
Well oiled, sir. Well oiled.
All right, this is the run. I'm really far ahead of you, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you got you have an M.2 drive or something?
Do not. All right, it's our time.
Dude, I've been loving the A7 FL content, by the way. There's something so charming about like an independent sports league.
You know, they're playing at a local high school field, full tackle football, no helmets, no pads. None of them are getting paid. It's like there's.
You know how much a labor of love it has to be to play tackle football with no pads for free? Like that's. You got to be a true believer, man.
They do a nice job. It's like before I signed the deal, I'm like, let's try one and see if it's fun. And I'm like, okay, this is actually really entertaining and fun to watch.
It is.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm loving the culture, the emojis on the jersey, the 3-digit numbers, not actually having their last name on the jersey.
How about David Tendy's having DT on the back of his jersey, but not centered?
That one, I think they might want to work on the alignment personally, but.
All right.
You think you've ever had a concussion?
Yes, 1000%.
Football?
Well, so yeah, I played all through high school, and it was like my JV scrimmage, and we're going up against like this team, and like on JV it's supposed to be freshmen and sophomores, and I'm like, in this scrimmage I'm like, there's definitely juniors and seniors in here, but whatever.
Yeah.
So I was playing safety, and they're running the ball, and this kid's probably like 6'2", and I come up to hit him, except our heads collide. And this is what I remember, because back then, like in the late 90s, you didn't really know about concussions, but it was like someone turned the lights out in your bedroom for a brief second, and then I look up, and then it's just a blue light because I'm on my back.
Yeah.
And then that's how I knew I know now it was a concussion, but then I didn't know.
And they were like, "What are you doing, bro? The play clock's almost at 0. Get back out there."
No, the coach was good enough to know to pull me out. But we had these things inside the helmets. They're called bladders, and there were these like picture like Young Frankenstein. You know that metal bowl they put on top of your head?
Yes.
That's what it is, but it's just filled with air. And they don't do that anymore.
Some sort of bag of air.
Yeah, and it just didn't work. But
I was thinking about it because I don't think that I've ever had a concussion. Like, I think I would know. But there's definitely lots of times that when you're a kid, you just fall down and smash your head on stuff like all the time.
I mean, you never felt like you had like the lights turned out real quick?
I don't think so. I've definitely like fallen backwards while skating and hit my head on the ice though. It was probably just like a light brain bleed or something like that. Nothing too serious.
Did you play ice hockey as a kid?
So my hockey story is like this. My dad was like a hockey player in his youth, like a good hockey player, not pro but good.
Yeah.
So when I was young,
neighborhood good.
Like yeah, maybe county good.
Okay.
So he taught me how to skate when I was young. So I was like a pretty good skater, like age 3 to 8 or whatever, but I just didn't have that much interest in playing hockey. Then the spring break of 2nd grade, he was like, well, you already know how to skate. You know how to stop. You know how to skate backwards. Like, let's see if hockey's for you, right? So he enrolled me in this hockey camp for a week. I was too shy to get fully nude in the locker room at the time. So I wore like track pants and a t-shirt every day and just put all my pads on top of the clothes. And then like day 2, day 3, I remember getting this like horrible like discomfort in my stomach to the point where I went up to the coach and I was like my stomach feels too bad to play. And he's like, okay, just like, go change in the locker room. Then when I got home, I showed my parents. I was like, hey, here's what I'm dealing with down here in my undercarriage. It's like red and swollen and there's like sores on it. And they were like, you got to go to the doctor. I went to the doctor. It turns out I had something called jock itch, a fungal infection caused by an excess level of moisture trapped in your you-know-what region.
Wait, did you tell your parents why you had it?
Yeah.
What did they say?
Probably had the same reaction as when I peed in the cup upside down. They were like, why would you do it like that? And I was like, good point. I can see why people don't do that.
So that was the end of your hockey career?
Yeah, I had like a I don't remember if it was a cream or a pill or something, but I just took that and the infection ran its course, and then that was the end of my hockey career. I feel like I kind of lucked out, because like youth hockey is like, it's hard, man. The practices are usually in the AM, so you know school starts at like 7:01 a.m. So your hockey practice starts at like 5:15 or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you gotta love it, man. Like, who wants to do that if you're a kid?
Yeah, or a parent.
Yeah.
At least with baseball, you know, you just show up at the field at like, 6 p.m. or something like that.
Yeah.
Come on, man, come on.
Although right now I don't recommend it. I'm coaching 4 different youth sports teams right now for my kids.
That is insanity.
And I'm like, I don't know how I agreed to this.
So you got basketball?
No, I got 2 baseballs and 2 flag football teams. So my sons are on different teams.
Oh, I see. Yeah, this basketball season's over.
Yeah, but I'm like, you know what? If I'm going to do this, so next time I won't do this, but since we're going to do this, is to go all the way. So this morning, I called a few parents at 7 a.m. I'm like, hey, you never sent me your kid's walk-up song. So this morning, I spent my morning setting up this iPad app. It's called like Walk Up DJ, so that my 7 and 8-year-old baseball team, when they go to walk up to their first at bats today, there's a wide range of songs between "Let's Get It Started," Slim Shady, and the Final Countdown. So when they walk up, they're gonna have some fun.
Dude, that is sick though. I would have died to have a walk up song in minor league baseball, or not even minor league, but youth baseball.
Yeah, like little league. Yeah, I'm like, bro, could you imagine? It's like your walk up song when you were a kid, you played it in your head, you know?
Yeah.
But there's this kid on our team. He's like I would call him like a little husky. He's gonna be our 4 or 5 hitter.
Yeah.
But
he requested
this. He requested this song. I never heard it before, but everyone's heard it. It's called like Someone in Timmy Trumpet. Have you ever heard that song before?
No, I've never heard
I
of this.
guarantee you've heard it before. Like, it's played at baseball songs all the time. You just don't know what it's called. Yeah, Narcos. It's Narcos. You guys ever heard that? And I'm like,
I don't think I know it, man.
I guarantee I'll send it to you on Discord. But anyways, I'm like, this is going to be the theme song of the summer now, all because of our number 5 hitter, you know?
Dude, kids sports are so funny too, because they grow at like such different ages or different rates. I remember like our baseball team was always trash because it was made up of like the kids who were in between catchments for the other schools. So
what's a catchment?
Like, you go to X school if you live in this postal code.
Oh,
like
I got you.
So we were always made up of like the kind of, I don't know, the dregs.
Leftovers?
Yeah. But when I was like 9 and 10, I was 10. We had a 9-year-old on our team who must have been like 5'6", like 140 or something like that. I just remember the dude would literally, for the baseball game, not the practice, but the game, he would bring a 2-liter of Pepsi and drink the whole thing himself, like on the bench throughout the game. And it was like, we were losing games 9-2, 9-1, 9-3, and you check the stat sheet, he's like Mike Trout on the 2024 Angels. It's like 1 home run, 1 RBI. Nobody else is even on base.
So please tell me then that's when you started emulating him?
At that point, I was probably drinking 2 liters a day, but I was doing it spread out. My parents were giving me water. How am I supposed to get the kind of glycogen production to hit a dinger? I'm 4'7", 92 pounds, and I'm drinking water?
I don't know where the food education was when we were kids, but I remember being a freshman going to football camp, like running until we puked, and then we'd go to 7-Eleven and get like a epic big gulp just filled with pop, and we would just chug it after practice.
Yeah, it's kind of disgusting.
But it's like we didn't know any different. Like there were no food pyramid or any of that kind of stuff.
I was talking about it with Chad, and I'm like, my toxic parenting trait, if I have one, is I'll drop my daughter off at like an hour-long activity with no water bottle sometimes. Like, I'd rather she have the water, but if we're like late getting out the door, like, screw it. She can just be thirsty for an hour. Like, I remember when I was a kid, and I think this is bad, just to be clear, not a thing that's admirable, but you'd have like 9th grade gym class. You'd have 30 like teenage boys exercising full tilt for 72 minutes straight. Like, go into the weight room just doing like 12 sets of preacher curls with the heaviest weight you could get. Nothing else for your whole body. And then no water at all. Or you got like a little water fountain. You walk up and take a sip, and the person behind you is like, 1, 2, 3, save some for me. Like, you would work out for an hour and a half and get like an ounce of water. It's crazy. How are we alive? Nowadays, they look at you like you're insane if you send your kid to like art class without a water bottle. Like, she forgot her water bottle today. Okay. You got cups, you got taps, like, she's gonna be fine. Don't sweat it, man.
I'm somewhere in between. Like, I'm with you for sporting activities. I think you need a water bottle. But,
yeah, these days for sure.
These kids in school, they all got these like Omega 1-gallon water jugs. I'm like, bro, we used to have to ask the teacher to go get a drink from the fountain, and everything was okay. Now these kids, there's going to be a study on cell hydration in these kids. Like, they just have water on tap, Netflix on tap, and whatever video game they want on tap. Where does it end? It's too much.
In 1999, you could have taken any child out of a public school, dropped them in the Sahara Desert, and they would have not died of dehydration for like 2 weeks because they were used to it. Nowadays, you drop them out there, they'd be like, "No, my Stanley Cup, my Stanley Cup. I haven't had a sugar-free Minute Maid lemonade in 45 minutes. Give me a break, man. It's ridiculous, embarrassing.
I mean, bro, it used to be like, I used to be scared to ask my teacher to get a drink of water. I'd be like parched, and I'm like, okay, would I rather just sit here and eat the cottonmouth rather than risk upsetting my teacher?
Yeah.
You know, and I would just eat in the cottonmouth.
Or they're like, you already had a drink of water 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
You know, when I was in like high school, I thought it was crazy you had to ask the teacher to go to the bathroom. I was like, I have to go when I have to go. I don't need to ask permission for that. Like, you're asking me, like, are you going to force me to pee my pants here in class? Like, just because you don't trust me? After I taught in Korea for a little bit, I was like, I get it. You got to ask. Most of you don't have to ask, but a couple of kids have to ask, and in the interest of fairness, I have to make you all ask.
I could see you in high school getting into it with a teacher who wasn't smart but acted smart. You like question them.
I never had an issue like that, but I had a friend of mine with a very similar demeanor, and I remember in the 6th grade he got in a 45-minute long argument with the teacher in front of the rest of the class. Just like a complete failure to maintain decorum in the classroom environment. And the crux of the argument was my friend got marks taken away on his like math test because he didn't show all his work. And he was like, why do I need to show the work? It's like multiplying a 1-digit number by a 2-digit number. You just do it. The teacher was like, well, according to the curriculum, you have to do it. And he's like, well, obviously I know how to do it. Otherwise, like, I wouldn't have been able to do it. And what the teacher should have said is like, we'll sort this out at recess or whatever. But instead, they got into an argument with the rest of the class sitting there until the teacher said, hey, like, you're misbehaving, go to the principal's office. And then my friend refused to leave, so our teacher took the other 29 kids out of the class and taught the lesson on the steps out in the foyer. What? It was just like the dude was not cut out for teaching, and he'd been doing it for like 35 years.
Just to spite the kid?
Yeah. He just like, he's like, I can't lose this argument to this child, so I have to like remove everybody else from the ecosystem.
What did you do when he's like, hey, we're leaving class? What did you do?
We all left, man, and then left my friend to cry in there by himself. And then our teacher gave us a lesson about how to use a miter saw. Or a miter box, I guess.
That's wild. I can't believe you never got into it with the teacher.
Not really, no. I was talking about it yesterday. Like, people were telling me, like, how they're bad teacher stories. And, like, I don't want to put words in their mouth. But maybe you would feel the same way as someone who taught for a little bit. All the stories, I was like, yeah, but what did you do to deserve it? So I'm like, you know, some of them were like, my teacher told me in the 8th grade that I would never amount to anything. And I was kind of like, they shouldn't say that. But, like, also, what was the sum total of your pattern of behavior over the previous school year? Like, maybe they had a point. But I just feel like, I mean, you can't lose the room like that. Like, I thought in 9th grade that my math teacher was beefing with me. Then I, like, look back, and he would just be like, don't talk in class. And then as soon as the lesson was over and we were doing quiet work, I'd be talking. And I'm like, he's not beefing with me. He just wants like the day to go smoothly.
He wants to do his job.
Yeah, he's like, he probably doesn't even want to teach me math, to be honest. Like, he's already doing something he doesn't want to do for, like, too little money, and then I'm like getting in the way, and he's doing me a favor teaching me math.
Oh.
I feel like physical punishment for not doing your homework was a bit far. Okay, but you've done the Gen Z thing, and you phrase that in, like, the most bad faith way possible. I didn't say physical abuse, like hitting a kid. That's crazy. But yeah, making a kid hold their arms up like they have a question until their arms get tired and then their muscles start to hurt. I think that's okay. Otherwise, Dan, you don't even have to weigh in on this.
I'm gonna weigh in.
My position was teachers actually have no real power. They can't do anything to modify a child's behavior unless the child believes that the punishment works. It's like it's witchcraft. If the kid in your class is scared of the consequences of the punishment, then it works. If they're like, whatever, I'm just going to tank it, call my parents, they don't care anyway, I don't care if I fail this class, there's nothing you could do.
Here's my take. I'm going to break the fourth wall for a minute. Okay. I disagree. I think you can help influence or change a kid's behavior if they know you care about them. Like, you know, you set up, it's a relationship where they know that you actually care about them, you're trying to help them, you're trying to teach them. Then I think you can do it. But fourth wall back up. There's 2 kids that in my years of teaching, I wouldn't say that got to me, but did something that made me, I won't say lose it, but that actually made me angry. I may have told this one before, so tell me if not.
Okay.
So I used, for some reason, I was able to take one of my, I might have taught like typing or something, I just picked up the class. Anyways, one of the things I allowed the kids to do in the computer lab, and I facilitated it, I had USB drives with, I think, Halo 1 on it.
Yo.
So they could, once all their work was done, I go, okay, everyone grab the USB drives, you can put them in, we can play Halo. And like, so the kids would work extra hard and fast, they'd get the work done. And then one day, the kids are all playing Halo, and this one little squirrely kid, he starts laughing. And I'm like, okay, whatever. And then I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to play today. And he's like, no, Mr. Giesling, don't do that. And I'm like, why not? I'm like, I'll play with you guys today. He's like, okay. And he's like, no, don't do that. So I go in and I open the leaderboard.
Oh,
and I see what he was hiding. I didn't even have to ask who it was. I knew it was him, and I didn't know what the word was. I didn't know what it meant, so that made me more upset.
Yeah.
The word, his name was Sweaty, and it starts with the letter G, and it's like a area of the body between 2 other body parts.
You can say it's not a bad word. It's not.
Oh,
I mean, it's not a great word, but it's not a bad word. Was it like sweaty gooch Giesling or something?
No, it was just my name wasn't on it. It was just that. I go, I don't know what sweaty this means, but you're gonna sweaty G yourself the rest of the year because we're not playing Halo. And I'm like, and I wanted everyone to play Halo the rest of the year, but I'm like, I can't back down on this now. So the rest of the year, everyone was mad at him because he cost them Halo.
That's great punishment. You gave him a punishment that affected him. He's been ostracized socially by his peers. I admire that. It's very effective.
And then the other time I got mad, I used to teach health class, and of course, like 9th grade health class, you got the segment where you have to teach like reproduction and all that kind of stuff. So I did the old like, hey, if you have questions and you're like maybe a little embarrassed to ask or you don't want to ask.
Dude, I know where this is going, and I have like the exact same story.
So I have a shoebox, and I go, here's a piece of paper. If you have a question, just like you just write it on there. And like at this point, like I know all the kids' handwriting. I know who's who. And so I'm reading them, and like some of them are like, you know, they're legit questions. And then I read one, and it's in the kid's handwriting who's a class smart aleck. But so I started to get mad, but the question was, what is a CUN?
Oh, no.
So I read it, and I looked at him, and he didn't know it was his, but he had that twinkle in his eye, like he wanted me to say it.
Yeah.
So I didn't say it. But I held him after class, and I just put it out. This is what I did. I sat him down. I didn't say a word. I opened up the piece of paper. I put it on his desk, and I had a 5-minute standoff with him. I didn't say a word.
Oh, man.
And then he looked at me and goes, I'm sorry, Mr. Giesling. I said, come on, man. Why? Like, this is our one chance where it's like, you got to put that stuff away, man. But I still remember, those are 2 kids that I will always remember.
That is really good.
But anyways, did you have one of those?
Yeah, I don't remember the story, but it was like exactly the same archetype. It was like the class clown put in a question that was like not okay. The teacher handled it differently though. She took the shoebox away.
And you took all the learning away. It's the box.
I had a lot of good questions in there. I'm still looking for answers to, honestly. Did you ever have to do the, like as a teacher or as a student, the one where to get over the words being funny, you have them go up to the front of the class and then pick a word out of a hat and then say it without laughing?
No. What is that?
Our 8th grade teacher in health class made us do that. Like before the health unit started, she was like, we're going to write down like all the words that we're going to use. No. And because it's not funny, like everybody to get over it, you have to go up, pick a word, and then like say it without laughing. And then we're going to go until everybody in the class is gone.
Brother, I got to tell you, that's one of 2 things. That's either content creation in 2000 or she had some kind of kink, because that's not normal teacher behavior right there.
I mean, even to this day, I can't say some of the words without laughing. It's just unrealistic.
When I was a health teacher, I tried to get, like, I wanted to answer the kids' questions, but I tried to get through that segment as fast as possible.
You don't want to do it, yeah.
No, I don't
just
do
what our teachers did and play like one of those health videos from like the 1970s. They're like, it's time to learn about reproductive behavior. Here's a man who died 30 years ago talking about sex, and then a video of a baby exploding out of a woman's vagina. What? Any questions? Any questions?
Oh.
I also remember, this is funny thinking back, my health teacher was also my gym teacher, which I'm sure is very common.
Yeah.
But he was definitely more of a gym teacher than a health teacher. And when he was teaching us nutrition, he was like, you know, I see lots of like fat kids in school these days. And you know what it is? Like all these kids get French fries for lunch every single day. And they dip their French fries in ketchup. You know what ketchup is made of? And we were all like, tomatoes? And then he was like, sugar is made of sugar. And he's like, never, basically the lesson of the day was don't eat ketchup. I was like, even in 9th grade, I was like, what is this dude talking about, man?
You got to think, though, in the hierarchy of teaching jobs, gym teacher sits on top of the mountain.
You think so?
Yeah, all you do is roll a bunch of balls out in the gym the day.
I will say, not to be rude, but like my 9th grade gym teacher was like probably 62 years old.
Yeah.
So he just didn't do anything. Like without, I mean, he gave us grades at the end of the semester, but like he didn't do anything else. So you just like, you show up for class and then he's like, you know, run 20 laps. And then you do it. And then we're like, please don't take us to the weight room. And he's like, guess where you're going today? The weight room again. For the 27th day in a row. It's bicep day again. Dude, the weight room didn't even have a squat rack, man. It just had like preacher curl benches, flat benches, and then like the plate with the string that's attached to a rod so you can do like the forearm twists.
Yeah, I remember those.
It's insanity, man. I also remember, I probably told you this before. I've definitely told chat this before. But first day of 9th grade, my bus arrives late to school. Period 1, class 1, day 1 of high school, right?
Oh, no.
The gym teacher, I showed up, and the gym teacher was like, why are you late? And I was like, the bus dropped me off just now. And then he's like, well, don't let it happen again. And I was just remember thinking, like, what? Dude, man, the school's like 35 kilometers away from my house, and I'm 13 years old.
How did you not say something?
Because it's like the most intimidating environment, right? There's like half the kids from your 8th grade class, and then a bunch of like others from the other half of the island you've never seen before, except at like sporting events and stuff like that.
Oh, how many miles is 35 kilometers?
It's like 20 something miles. Let's put it this way, I wasn't biking it.
School?
Yeah.
Did you grow up on a farm?
I grew up adjacent to farms. We didn't have a farm, but like all of our neighbors had farms.
But did you have like, you grew up on acreage?
Yeah, it was like maybe 6 acres.
What did you do?
What do you think the gravel pit was there for? Take the toboggan up the gravel pit? Get really good at cycling on gravel roads?
Would you play outside a lot?
All the time, yeah. It's the worst too. Wearing shorts when you're biking on a gravel road. You get home and your shins are dusty as you know. You're like, we can't pave the road for the cars. We can't driving on gravel. Like what year is it, man?
Did you have friends that were within biking distance or no?
Yeah, because it was the 90s. Like everybody on our street had kids that were like within 2 or 3 years of my age.
Okay.
So it was it was kind of like a perfect setup for childhood. We would just ride our bikes and then, build a ramp out of some loose wood and then drive our bikes over the ramp or something like that. In the wintertime, when we got older, a couple of the kids had snowmobiles. You put the Brett Hull GT Racer on the back of the snowmobile with a tow cable and then just let her rip.
I find it fascinating, like, kids around like 6 to 8, if you just put them like on a playground or something, they just figure it out and play. Like they don't
come
have
up
to
with
know
some
each
kind
other.
of game. Yeah, it is crazy.
And at some point we lose that, like where it's like we need something to do as opposed to just figure it out.
I saw a tweet that resonated with me, that there needs to be an app for men to find another man to like play catch with. I feel like it'd be so much easier to get into some male bonding if I just carried around like a baseball glove and a baseball. And then anytime I was like waiting in front of the daycare for the kids to come out, I was just like, hey brother, we want to do a little toss around?
I feel like you are, when your daughter gets a little older, I feel like you are a few years out from your pickleball arc.
I'm excited, honestly.
I mean, I see you that being like Peloton 2.0 for you.
Hopefully I can, when we start going to the mixers and we're not kicked out, meet some pickleball dads. I'd settle for tennis. I was laughing. I mean, I've been trying to get like more integrated into my local community, but it's hard because like I feel like
watch your YouTube channel.
Well, I don't know if you can relate. Maybe it's different because your kids are a little older, but there's stuff for kids. And you talk to the parents of that, and that's good. But then, like, when the activity's over, everybody goes home. And then there's stuff that's, like, for adults. But I feel like people our age, like, don't use the library, the community center. Like, they're busy, right? So the scheduling for all of it is determined by, like, the senior citizens who find themselves on, like, the executive committee. Like there was a club I wanted to join, and I was like, I didn't get a chance last year because we were swamped, but I was like, this year I can make the time for it. They're like, okay, the introductory sessions, there's 3 of them and it's free. I was like, great, when is it? They were like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. I was like, I'm taking back my application. I can't do it. Are you insane? Thursday at 11 a.m.? You know, like, and they're always like, we don't understand why, like, young people don't join up on this club. And I'm like, because they're at work, you freaking idiot. You gotta run this stuff Friday nights, Saturday afternoons, Sunday afternoons.
What was the vertical of interest of the class?
The vertical of interest.
Like, I don't want you to tell me the exact class you're gonna take, because then someone will find you.
No, it was like a sport.
Oh, cool. I'll tell you this, like, the gold standard, the unicorn as a parent with kids is like, if you can find a couple who have a kid or kids around the same age as yours, and the kids get along and the parents are cool, that's like unicorn. Because like sometimes you just settle for, okay, our kids get along, but the dad's resident sleeper, but
we got a couple like that for sure.
Yeah.
But it's tough too because people get busy, you know? And then like we'll go to a play date. The play date starts at like 2. Maybe you have a glass or 2 of wine, and then all of a sudden, you know, you're like, well, it's time to go. 6:15 is bedtime. You're like, I thought we were just getting it started, but oh right, I forgot we have kids.
Look, I'm not always as brutally honest. I'm gonna be brutally honest. My kids in the upcoming next week have like Wednesday and Thursday off, and like when my wife told me that, it was like, bro, it's like it was the equivalent of
Ben Affleck, Dunkin' Donuts, yeah.
And I love my kids, but I'm like, man, that Monday through Friday, that 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. time slot, that is like...
It's precious.
Yes. And yeah, we'll do something fun. You know, maybe I'll take some time off, but it's like, bro, that's what the weekends are for.
It's nice, like, to have the opportunity to vent about it a little bit, for sure.
Yeah.
Because, like, I don't know if you find this, maybe you keep it a little bit more impersonal on stream, but whenever I talk about it in chat, it's always like people my age without kids that are like, you know, well, you should enjoy spending time with your kids. Yeah, and I'm like, I do enjoy spending time with my kids, but like, also, I got stuff to do. Like, I got stuff to do. I need like a little bit of me time. Not even much, just like, I don't even know, like 45 to 90 minutes a day would go crazy. But then also, like, I got stuff to do that I like need to focus on from time to time. It's hard to do when you're also taking care of like a 3-year-old. And then people without kids are like, if I had a kid, I would simply cherish every single moment of our time together. I'm like, well, you don't. So if that changes, let me know if you still feel the same way in 4.5 years.
I wouldn't even call it me time. I would just call it like semi-quiet time. You know, it's not like because I think when you call it me time, people think like you're kicking back in the leather recliner, sipping on like an IPA. That's not the me time we're talking about.
Well, I'm just reading my emails.
I'm just paying the bills, man.
Exactly. Like it's got to get paid, bro. But like yesterday was a good example. Like Kate's been studying chess a little bit. Like she's been on the chess grind. So we were playing a game of chess and like, you know, going through a little bit of instruction so I could help her along a little bit. And like after every move, our daughter's like, that's not the rules of the game. That's not the rules. And then she would like pull half the pieces off the board and put like a cat toy on the board and be like, this is the palm tree. If you win, you get the palm tree. And like, I'm like, can we just talk for like a minute? Just relax. She's creative, don't get me wrong, but sometimes you're like, I get it, the palm tree and all. We'll do the palm tree stuff. Just let me, you know, explain controlling the center here for a second.
I'd say the biggest thing I've learned, it's definitely Ben Affleck meme, but when my kids are home from school, I've just now literally, I wave the white flag about talking to my wife about anything, like of any kind of importance.
Yeah, I mean, you got to
until they go to bed. Yeah, until they go to bed.
What's your bedtimes right now?
It keeps getting pushed back. It used to
read 2 books. For a year, we read 2 books before bed. I don't know when the levee broke, but it got to 3. Now we're on like 4 normalized. Pretty soon there's going to be like 10 books before bed every night. You can't go back. You can't roll it back to 2 books once you cross the line, man.
No. No, I'll tell you, like, to me, there's the moment of when you put him down for the night and then you turn the lights off and close the door. To me, that used to be like sacred time. But now, like, to me, that's gone because like 10 minutes later, I hear that door crack and then it's just back, it's back to Ben Affleck meme. I'm just like, come on, guys. Like, Dad needs a little help here, buddy. You hear that door crack and you're just like, Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto.
I'm like, I hope that's my wife moving at a full sprint upstairs.
And that's the thing, like, people hear this and they're like, man, these guys don't like their kids. No, we love our kids, but this is what they're not going to tell you on r/parenting. This is the real stuff.
Because as soon as you say it, you're like, you don't want people to think you're a bad parent.
No.
But there's some honest venting in there. That's like that. There was. So do you know who Jeff Gerstmann is?
No.
He's ex-GameSpot.
Don't get hit here.
Ex-GameSpot, like co-founder of Giant Bomb.
Okay. Didn't that go under?
Well, yeah, like.
Okay.
It's some. I mean, I don't know all about that. It got bought by another entity, and then many people made an exodus to like do their own thing. It's honestly none of my business. But either way, Jeff Gerstmann was. I don't remember where he was talking about it, but he was like, "Thanks Nintendo for shutting down the Animal Crossing like Nintendo 3DS servers. Like my 4-year-old daughter loved to play it and like drink coffee and stuff like that." And then it got picked up by Dexerto. It was like, Dad is mad at Nintendo for like shutting down this game. And then all the replies on Twitter that aren't like, holy cow, that's not just a dad, that's Jeff Gerstmann. All the replies are like, well, it's too bad. It looks like he's going to have to find a way to have fun with his kid without video games. I'm like, the dude was just venting, man. Now it's like he's a bad dad because his kid plays video games. It doesn't make any sense. But I guess that's just Dexerto repliers. So, I mean, what are you expecting? But
I guess you're actually going to have to watch your kids for once instead of just turning on Netflix.
It's crazy, man. I mean, it was mostly ChatGPT. I'll give him that, but...
How many bottles you got left?
0, but I got Urgent Heal in my pocket anyway.
Okay.
Nice try. Well, he's got some agi on him. You see how he did that 180?
Yeah.
Go take a
Looked
shot.
like Alyssa Steamer.
I get that. Who was your Tony Hawk's Pro Skater main, Dan?
The guy with the black hoodie, I think Bob Burnquist.
Burnquist? Or the Burn Twist, I should say?
No, the only thing I would do, whoever the guy is where you could go up triangle and just keep riding the rails. That's what I was.
Oh,
he's the black hoodie.
He's a street skater. I thought that was like Eric something.
I don't know who it was. Chad Muska.
Chad Muska was the guy doing the handstand. I mean, I'll fully admit, I was a Tony main personally. But
really?
Yeah, because at first I like the vert stuff. So at first I was like, I'm gonna go vert, but I'm not gonna be Tony. I'm gonna be like Bucky Lassick or like Rune Glifberg instead. But then I'm like, bro, the 900 is iconic. Right down circle, right down circle. Then in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, they added Rodney Mullen with the flat tricks. So you could get a manual and then you could press like square, square, and he'd do like a handstand kickflip and it would keep your combo going. Then you just peter out till you get to a downhill. Then all of a sudden it's like revert, manual, vert trick, revert, manual, flatland, 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 jump, kickflip, reverse manual, flatland, flatland, square triangle, square, square, square triangle, square, square. Oh, man.
The thing is, if I were talking to anyone else, I'd be like, you're just making up moves, but I know you just recited your actual move pattern when you played that game.
I was pretty good at
Tell
Tony
me that's not
Player.
true.
Well, I mean, I was a Tony main. So usually I'd go to a map that had like a half pipe. You go up the first wall and you do the up X ollie, so you get like your combo started early. Then you do 900, press R2 when you hit the ground, so you do a revert. Manual until you hit the next side of the half pipe, 900. Rinse and repeat until you don't have the speed for the 900 anymore. And that's when you go like parallel to the lip, and then you start doing your grinds. And every grind you do, you jump, and then you do like another flip trick in between. And then when you have none speed, that's when you start busting out the flatland tricks. And then all of a sudden you're like, holy cow, 400 million points. The golden tape was like 65,000.
Speaking of golden tape, have you seen? I don't. It's like they're having the NFL draft in Detroit.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, but it's a great old meme, but it just resurfaced. Do you know the meme with Russell?
Yes.
Wilson
and his ex-girlfriend or wife that is like the widest mouth of all time when he gets the phone call.
Yes, it's like it's like demon time face. It's like lion demon face.
It's a great face.
She just got drafted.
It is a great face. She was pogging.
And I'm like, you didn't get drafted, but that's the face you make if you get drafted.
She's excited, you know. I'd make that face if you got drafted, like into the NFL.
Yeah. But so I Googled her. I'm like, what is she up to now? And then I read about, the other stuff.
Yeah, he's with Sierra now.
Yeah, no, I knew that, but I was more about what happened to Meme Face Lady. And that's where Golden Tate allegedly came in, but that's neither here nor there. All right. All right, we got a shot on this one. How much juice do you have?
Lots of juice.
Okay, I got
Slightly
two.
less juice than a second ago. Still juiced up. I don't know, man. I mean, it's funny, but I'm like... Sports Twitter is like unhinged, man. You see the way they came for that WNBA player who was just a little goofy when she was eating popcorn on the kiss cam?
Wait.
She's popping the popcorn in her mouth and then going...
Wait, I thought that was a wholesome meme. Like, did people made fun of her for that?
No, but some people were like, that's kind of goofy, but whatever. And some people were like, I hate her. She's off the clock, man. Who cares if she's being a little goofy?
Well, I thought it was like more like the way I took it was, when you see people they get put on the jumbotron and they're not expected, it's kind of like caught.
Yeah,
that's kind of how I took that face. Like she's like, oh, you caught me eating popcorn.
Look, she's being a little silly. She's being a little goofy with it. She's being a little crazy.
What was she? Wasn't she just throwing it into her mouth?
Well, she was making a face. She knows what she was doing.
Get him out of here. Couple more hits.
He's toast. He's toast. That's for me. Yes!
Yo! This is not a flex, but I'm sure I'm going to speak for you too. I probably devoted 50% brain power to that fight the whole time.
At most, yeah.
Yeah. That was fun though.
Dude, what a game, Elden Ring.
Seamless co-op mod. Chat. It's a new way to play. And it works really well.
It works better than most games, which is crazy. I'm not just being rude. Like that's the truth, as I see it, at least.
Chat, is there anything we need to do so we don't lose any progress?
First, you gotta dump all your stats into strength for sure.
All right, I think I'm just gonna system.
What would you do if I showed up, when we played this next, with a Giga Chad build? Level 187, full godly plate of the whale, shooting blue laser beams out of my face?
I mean, honestly, I'd probably look at it and make Pog face for sure.
I know what you're talking about.
I'm gonna put the heat on you as we wrap this up. I am 1,000% down to play again, but so I'm just gonna leave it up to your chat to ask you, Elden Ring co-op when?
Dude, 100%, 100%. Oh, hey, before you can quit, apparently I need to use the separation mist.
Okay.
But I want you to be able to see it, just in case the animation looks goofy.
Okay, hold on. Where are you? You're in the.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Your daughter when you drop her off in the Disney prison.
Dude.
Are you playing Elatro now?
I don't know. I guess maybe. That's what I was.
All right.
Sisyphus is a good time, but I played it yesterday.
How far are you through it?
I think at my peak I've gotten to like 80%, but when the ball starts rolling down to the bottom, man, it's you gotta have a strong sense of character, because you're watching like potentially hours of progress just go by in the blink of an eye.
But is it so? It's not as long as in Suffery as difficult game about climbing.
No, it's not supposed to be. I think that I am taking a long time.
Okay. Would you recommend it?
Yeah, if you got nothing else to do, I think it's fun. You like the suffer core stuff. I think it's a good time.
Okay, cool. Ryan Gary is a fun one, man. I haven't laughed like that one in a while.
I had a great time. We'll figure out when we'll do it again.
Yeah, sounds good, man.
Later.
Later, buddy.
What a game. AAA games, man. Hello. Oh, AAA games. How about that? I'm going to go to the bathroom. When I come back, I guess we'll play some Balatro. See you in a second. Balatro! Did I do a slash marker? Slash marker. Dark Souls End. That's not even the name of the game. Nor was it the end, but so be it. Balatro. Balatro son, Elden Ring daughter. Literally, you're going to force me to choose gun to my head. Gun to my head. Balatro son. But it's close. It's a 51-49. Sexist? No. Gamist. If you said Balatro daughter, Elden Ring son, I have to go Elden Ring son on that one. I don't know. Just feeling the vibe. Let's make sure I close the game normally. So that, like, you don't throw extra variables into the ecosystem. Close the game the old-fashioned way. Elden Ring's son is mental illness. It depends. Like, you could just be like a guy who like likes Elden Ring, or you could be like, you know, you could be like a freak about it. I think you could be a freak about anything. Being a freak is implied in the question? Well, you got like a whole keyboard there. You don't need to make implications. Just type it out. You beating Jokerless? Nope, and I don't think we're going to do it today. We'll just play some normal Balatro today. Okay, we're back with Balatro. Tarot card son or spectral daughter? Me personally, I gotta go spectral daughter. But if I had to have 10 kids, I would rather have 10 tarot sons than 10 spectral daughters. Because sometimes you get late in the game, and then you get a spectral card, and it's like, this one will kill all your jokers, but duplicate one of them. And then it's like, the other one is like, this will kill all your jokers, but it'll polychrome one of them. And you're like, I'd rather just have like 20 extra dollars. Let me see what we're cooking with here. I mean, we're getting up there, man. Orange steak is no freaking joke. There's no doubt about that. And we got a lot of orange steak type situations going on here. Send it. Holy cow! These 3 kings have traveled so far to end up in my hand and be immediately played. Nebula deck. That means we have telescope. Move your camera. You're absolutely right. I will move my camera. I will place it right here. Leveling full house is sick. The thing is, like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to play enough full houses. Like, it could screw me at some point, but I mean, this is a great start. You start with 2 pair. Before you know it, you're at a full house, brother. What's Peepo shouting emote? I believe that's Peepo yell. If I had to guess. That sounds like Peepo yell to me. I can only hold 1 card. I'm seeing lots of Peepo yell, so it must be Peepo yell. Dude, starting with frickin' 3 of a kind it's an easy recipe to get a full house, dude. You get the econ popping, we get a little bit of deck fixing, we got the telescope already. Like, we got a good thing going on here. Until we don't get full house, in which case we're totally screwed. I guess at some point we probably want to buy some jokers as well. We will not be taking burnt joker, because it's impossible to discard a full house and then play another full house. Take a little chipped up joker, a little chipped up Andrew. And then let's just throw out a couple of bonus cards here. Full House got to be my favorite television program from 1995. Oh, really? You didn't watch the O.J. Simpson trial, huh? It was must-watch entertainment as a 6-year-old, 7-year-old myself when it was going on. I wasn't alive. Okay, apology accepted. This is probably a little reckless. Oh, never mind! Oh, huge. Even though it's foil, I got nothing against foil, bro. If you got a bone to pick with aluminum, that's between you and the metal. It's not really my business. Why don't you become a super king? Do you guys see all the photos on Twitter of what's his name? Who plays Mark Corrigan in Peep Show? David Mitchell. Thank you. You see all the pictures of him eating pizza. The guy has a crazy amount of pictures of him eating pizza in public. Now, I also eat pizza in public. I haven't had my photo taken all the time, so I'm not judging his behavior. I'm just surprised how many photos of David Mitchell eating pizza are out there. It's remarkable in the sense that it's worth remarking upon. Because the original tweet that I saw was like, yes, that's it. Girls will be like 1 year with my everything and post a picture and it's like this. And it's David Mitchell eating a pizza. Not doing anything wrong, just David Mitchell eating the pizza. And then people were like, we need to start a thread of David Mitchell eating pizza. And I was like, they can't possibly have enough meat on that bone. But they do have enough meat on that bone, bro. There's tons of them. People will be like, send me photos of last night. And then the photo from last night is like, David Mitchell eating pizza.jpg. Yeah, man, it's crazy. So here's, I can only pick one. I regret everything. That's whatever. Last night was a movie. The movie David Mitchell eating pizza.divx. The idea is that he's too posh to be eating a pizza? Really? All I really know David Mitchell from is Peep Show. Which is great, by the way. If you weren't aware of that already, which you probably are. But I don't get the idea that he's posh. I get the idea that he is like well-read and like the character of Mark Corrigan is like he wants to be classy, but he's actually just putting on airs and he's kind of like a degenerate just like Jeremy is. But I don't know if that's, maybe it's based on, I mean, it's a character, I'll admit, but no, he's super posh. It's an ongoing joke in the panel show, so okay, fair enough. I haven't seen the panel shows, it's my bad. Great show though, Peep Show, great show. You should, they're good. Yeah, but they keep making, like, lots of them. You know you know what I mean? Like, they're making so many panel shows that I'm like, I couldn't possibly watch them. They gotta slow it down a little bit, is what I'm trying to say. Well, it's not a full house. Is this any good? I think I've really gotta look for the full house, dude. I'm glad I did. I'm glad I did. You got no flat mult? It's true. That's part of the reason I was angling towards these full houses, but I need some help. I need a max win. I need a max win. I need a maximum victory. I need a max win. I got a mid win. We'll take those. Okay, it's time to get serious. Negative 16 bucks. It's time to get serious. Cash out $0. Time to get serious, y'all. Uh-oh, y'all. It's getting pretty hazy. We're going to take a shot at this. Give me the banana. And then hope that the banana doesn't break. Come on, brother. Come on, brother. Come on, brother. They've saved me. They've spared me. 15 flat mult. Let's hope you find a vagabond joker. I don't know why it's so Bob Dylan coded. Vagabond joker! To quote a phrase. I'm spending all my money re-rolling these days. I'm rolling out of my mind. Oh, with a deck that's total trash. Negative 12 cash. You're a big girl all the way. You know what? Do you ever listen to Blonde on Blonde? You know that motherfucker wrote... I'm holding the mic like I'm a stand-up comedian. You know that motherfucker wrote Blonde on Blonde when he was like 24 years old? Who gave him the fucking right, dude? I'm more of a Blood on the Tracks guy, personally, which apparently is where that song is from. What is he doing writing Blonde on Blonde? He's 24. 24-year-olds these days can't even write cursive. Anyway, I'm going to take Swashbuckler. I'm not... I regret it. I regret it immediately. But it is nice to have some flat malts. It is. I'm loving every minute of it. Did you vote in the Pennsylvania primary yesterday? Yep, twice, as is my duty. Who's running? I voted for the good guy. Don't sweat it. I voted for the good guy. I hate it all. I guess at some point it would be nice to have a way out of debt. True. Oh, and it works with Swashbucklers! So true. Andrew Jackson be like? I'm trying to reconcile the fact that Andrew Jackson, apparently not a good guy, with the fact that he's referenced in this Sufjan Stevens song, Jacksonville. And he says, Andrew Jackson, all I'm asking, show us the wheel and give us the... What is that a reference to? Was Andrew Jackson withholding the wheel and the wine from the people of Chicago? Something about Jesus? I mean, yeah, okay, it's Sufjan Stevens. It's either something about Jesus or like, I love God, but I have a crush on my friend who's a boy. I know. And we love him for it. Don't say it. I didn't write the songs. He wrote the songs, man. Oh, brother. Extra large blind. No, thank you, sir. No, thank you. Why don't you write a song? Too easy. It's a little too easy these days. What's the point? You're really gonna screw me on this one, huh? You really... Well, actually, now that I think about it, we have so much flat mult, we're okay until the actual boss, but it is a little annoying. People are very strange these days. So true. I knew a girl used to live down on Guerrero Street. She had a dozen guys. One day, one of them found out, beat her up so bad she had to go to the hospital. What a story, Mark. Okay, we may have just lost. There's nothing really I can do here. It's nice to draw a full house immediately. That's helpful. Nope. You know what? I have some dignity. We don't have to sit here through that. I have to get just destroyed by a local thunk. 10 Jack, Queen, King, Ace. So nobody knows anything about Andrew Jackson, huh? What was he? I gotta go to Rap Genius for this, man. I miss seeing local thunk in chat. I get it though, he's in a different stratosphere. Honestly, to hang out with the likes of you guys now, I mean, this is local thunk, okay? He's hobnobbing with the celebrities now. He's hanging out with the Edmund McMillans. He's hanging out with the Concerned Ape. That's the guy who made Stardew Valley, right? Concerned Ape. There's... I'm just gonna level with you guys. I think, like, this riffraff is awesome. But, like, Anti-1 Green Joker is, like, it's the dream, man. Anti-1 Green Joker is the dream. I recognize that by buying this, I kind of deserve to lose. But, like, it's sick, bro. You're gonna hate this, too, because I'm, like, I'm not even gonna play. I don't even think I'm gonna get DNA. I think I'm gonna take photograph. I need to live, man. This isn't white steak gaming. Get it? Okay, fine. I'll get it. I'll get it. I'll get it. I'm not swimming in hands, though, okay? Must play 5 cards. Thanks a lot, guys. You screwed me. You really screwed me on this one. Okay, and no more discards can come to pass. 360. How we looking here? Horrible. Okay. I would say... How are we looking in diamonds? 5 diamonds remain in the deck. In that case, let's play this and keep ourselves primed for a possible heart flush. Well, we might be fine either way now that I look at it. And if we're going to be fine either way, throw this dookie at him and stick it up your yeah. I know we could play 2 pair. I'm getting greedy is basically what I'm trying to say. My greed remains unpunished. Beautiful. Not even going to play. Okay, Thatcher Demko. Brother. I don't want to talk about it. It's okay. I will say, I was like, when Demko was injured, I was like, that's really bad. I watched the game. Nashville scores on their first shot. I was like, what did I expect? What did I expect, man? I was happy, though, because at least I got to make the tweet that nobody liked at all. You don't look so good. Do you need some Demko? We don't have any fucking Demko. Hard to blame DeSmith. Well, he let in 3 goals on 15 shots. I mean, he's no Demko. I'm not mad at him. Like, he's just... I'm sure he's doing his best. Like... But he's no Demko, you know? I'm sure he would want to be better, too. If he could. Ben Simmons of the Canucks? No, Casey Smith is like... He was designed to be a backup goalie. It's like he wasn't drafted like 6th overall or whatever. Non-NA people just zone out on NA sports banter. Okay, let me talk about some shit that's relatable for the whole world. Where the fuck are you from? Don't you hate when you're eating goulash and they use smoked paprika instead of regular paprika? The hell do you want me to say, man? So true. He's right. He's right. Okay. Honestly, I can't afford it. I don't know why I'm sitting here looking at it. I can't afford it. We will be making none discards. Here's what we'll be doing. Making a cool card. You would think I was a cool guy. Copy this, copy that. Me personally, I'm gonna say, we're gonna get the 1,200 points. That's a spicy meatball. Let's play this first. I cannot discard, and yet I am going to be forced to discard. Yep, yeah, it's gotta happen. I'm sorry to have done it. Destroying our flat moat in the interest of getting a better hand. Please, what are you at? +5. Hold, hold, hold. Deserved for not going nuts on the table mode. Understandable. Shouldn't have taken DNA, though. I'll tell you that for free. I shouldn't have taken DNA, man. I should have stuck with photograph, man. But this is okay, because at least I get to, like, blame chat. That's true. Should have taken Riffraff. Possibly the most overrated Joker in the game, easily. Local Thunk, we gotta work on this, okay? This $1 short in the first shop. Ridiculous, okay? It's ridiculous. I want this Joker. It's the perfect time to get this Joker. Instead, I gotta buy Scary Face just to, like, keep myself in the mix here. Play the beta. If you play the beta, you are a beta. How's that for a dose of reality? Oh, please. Give us less of a dose of reality. Life's already full of reality. Yeah. Too bad. What are you saying? I don't know. What? You have a lock? She got me lunch! Let's go. Thank you. I gotta take it. I'm rich, bro. Let's get our econ going. This is a great early game combo. Obviously, we have a straight, but I think this is just a better hand, man. What's the latest time of the day for lunch? We don't really do that here anymore. Talk about real issues, like me and my grandma having a cup of tea. Really in my live and let live phase. Let's try this out for size. If you have lunch at 4:30 and someone's like, that's too late for lunch, they don't know what your life is like. You know? They don't know, maybe you work late, maybe you woke up late, maybe you had a huge breakfast. Like you can have lunch whenever you want to have lunch, bro. What's my most played hand? Pair. Get it twisted, you should always be pair maxing. Let's give it a try. I mean, I eat lunch at 2:30-ish. People say that's too late for lunch. I mean, I'm not gonna... I stream 9 to 2, bro. I'm not gonna take a break in the middle of my stream and go... I mean, now and then, sure. If it smells really tasty, but... every day, it's a little too much, honestly. But you're a streamer? Well, you're the one who asked the question. I don't know what you want. I don't know what you want me to do with that. I don't know what you want me to do with that information. I think you could have lunch whenever it's convenient for you to have lunch, honestly. Just eat on stream? No, I'm waiting for lunch. I'm doing just fine. I'm a little catabolic right now, but that's fine. Trust me, we'll start cultivating mass when snack time hits. No doubt about that. Decrease level of played poker hand. You screwed me, you piece. Or did you? You didn't. Well, I'm just gonna play high card then. I'm not gonna mess about with the rigmarole. $20 mults. 16 times. That's enough. We get there. We get there. Chips are good. Me figuring out what I want to have with my Subway combo? Sure. Chips are good. Let's go steal mode. Let's go, let's do this. This seems great. Me when I'm buying Lay's. Sorry for the European audience. Let me normalize it. Me when I'm purchasing Walkers. I just don't want anybody here to be alienated or have to do any work themselves in order to like make the content better. I want to make sure that everybody, we're just gonna take all the tough little gristle and the fat and the meat and we're gonna blend it up into a nice slurry and we're gonna, here you go. Here's your pogs. Here's your pogs with the, how do you eat it? Oh, sorry. There's a little texture on it. Okay. Bzzz. Okay, it's pureed pogs straight to the dome piece. There you go. But NL, I've never seen My Dinner with Andre. I don't know who Wallace Shawn is. This is just like the time Captain America turned his back on the Winter Soldier. We get it now. Are you crazy? I just walked over here. You see the new Coke Zero cans with Iron Man on them? That was a good... Why not? That goes hard as hell. I might not even drink them. I might save them. They'll probably be worth money someday. It's the easiest game they've ever made. No, it's too late. You had your chance. You want to come crawling back, Local Thunk? No, no, no. Absolutely not. Plant-based meat might disappear. They're losing millions a year. Red Toe, I gotta... You've been posting economic news and then also like your own thoughts on that economic news for like 2 years straight. It's crazy. I'll be honest with you. It's not against you, Red Toe, okay? It's not against you. I've had some Beyond Burgers. I've had some Impossible Burgers. I don't really care if they go out of business. The burgers are fine. I got nothing against them. I'm just like... I do sort of feel like... Now that we're through them, like... originally having coming out and gotten over the novelty of like meatless meat, it kind of to me feels like we all went through like a mass psychosis 2018 to 2022. Like we were all like super excited to eat like a Beyond Burger and an Impossible Burger. Then you eat it and you're like, it tastes like a burger. But then at the end of the day, you're like, I don't know, I just feel like maybe I don't eat enough burgers for it to really be that relevant. At home, I probably cook like a burger every 6 months or something like that. So it's just beyond the curiosity of trying it the first few times. Like for the most part, I'm just like, I don't even think about that section of the grocery store when I walk through it anymore. It's good. It tastes good, by the way. I'm just like, for the most part, I'm not ordering that many burgers. Rather get like almost anything else on the menu, to be honest. Would you try lab-grown meat? 100%. I have nothing against it in the slightest. How about just a king? Depends on the lab. Okay. Which lab wouldn't you try it from? Pause. We're pausing. We're waiting for the answer. Meth lab. Good pivot. I thought you were going to name a geographic region of the world. You pivoted out of it. And that's rhetorical neuroplasticity and elasticity and flexibility. I got to give you some credit on that one. Would you try a burger grilled by a nude guy? Yep. Yeah, I would. What do I care? Burger grilled by a nude guy? Doesn't bother me in the slightest. I'll just send some of these right down Main Street. Is better, if anything? I probably wouldn't go that far personally, but that's your cross to bear. Would you grill a burger in the nude? Probably not. A lot of the stuff that like teenage boys think would be cool about being an adult, when you become an adult and you do it, you're like, it's actually, there's a reason people wear clothes, you know? Same thing, like if you're 12, you're like, I can't wait to live on my own. I'm going to have ice cream for dinner. Yeah, like once or twice, maybe. But like you do that for like 3 days in a row. You're going to be like, oh, what the fuck? My tummy hurts. You'll be like, yeah, that's why adults are not eating ice cream for dinner every night, bro, because their tummy would hurt. You need some balanced meals in there at some point. Yo, Aaron, thanks for the gifted subscriptions as well. Thank you. Thank you. I personally don't want to cook in the nude because I don't want any splatter to like hit me on my junk. It's bad enough when it like hits you on the hand or like, you know, hits you in the face or something like that. But a more sensitive region, I'd rather just wear some clothes, honestly. Some people pay for that. Well, that's their right. Wouldn't be me though. I think we can dump this chip lord right here and then go off on this and level up our pair. What about with an apron? Yeah, but at that point you're kind of like, I don't know. It's a vibe, I guess, but as far as I'm concerned, nude plus apron means you're wearing clothes. Like, you didn't go all the way. I get that your butt's exposed, but like... Sorry, I got distracted. That's hospital gown vibes. I'm sure there's got to be a reason why they put you in that degrading piece of clothing. But it is like... You're like, come on, doc, I'm a human being. I can't keep my clothes on and then like 8 hours later when you finally come into the emergency room, just give me 3 seconds to pull my pants off. I gotta wear this gonna wear this dollhouse clothing for 10 hours. Ridiculous. You know what? I'll pay for it. I work in the hospital. I'll tell you straight up, it's because we like seeing butts. I knew it. Finally, a man on the inside. I can't find a clothier that makes assed chaps. They're all assless. It's a constant struggle for those of us who have always wanted chaps, but like with an ass. They don't make them, bro. Doesn't matter where you go. The sex shop, Harley Davidson memorabilia, like, they just don't have them. 8 molt if you have a pair? I don't get out of bed for 8 molt, bro. That's insane. Send it. Oh, I knew it. It was... We've had good luck with that today. I do like Cartomancer. I would love to get another Joker, but I don't think it can be 8 molt for a pair. Honestly, I'm going in. I want the tarot cards. Delayed gratification kind of doing work. I like delayed gratification. Obviously, it comes with some problems, like here, for example. Oh, I can't even hold it. Music is pure motherfucking magic. You can't even hold it. That's not a straight. What steak is this? Purple. This is the purple steak. Send him one of those. I think we're doing great, though. Medium rare. Hermit me. Stay on the margins to take care of your homies. That's damn true. $26 in my pocket. Here we go. I think Chibli would like that joke. I hope I get to speak to him again. 10 molt for a flush? That's not going to happen. I got to tell you, I didn't want to put him on the spot, but it is what it is. We were trying to get a... Everybody in the group is having a great time playing games with one another. Tried to get a little London set up for this week. Put the rumblings out. Got some responses, got some crickets. I understand it. Everybody's doing their own thing. Don't get me wrong. This morning, Justin says, hey, are we doing London today or what? I said, I don't know if we can do today because Apollo's got Among Us. And he said, no, you guys go on without me. Just send it. And I said, listen, I grabbed him by the scruff of his neck. I said, listen here. London is in the embryonic stage right now. We can't say yes to a London segment unless we got all hands on deck. He said, I don't know what to tell you, brother. I think I'm just over London. 2 seconds later, Justin hit him with the middle finger emoji. I didn't pile on. He's just being honest, but at the same time, it broke my heart a little bit. I'm over London as well. Well, honestly, like the Guiga, no one asked, so don't flatter yourself. Let me think about this for a moment. I think always, you know what? You're like a cool lad. It'd be nice to have more of you. I hope you know you're just as entertaining with only audio. Okay, insult to my physical appearance. No sweat. Thanks for the compliment. I appreciate that. Let me think about this for a second. Can we afford, how many pairs? We played 18 pairs. Have the mult now to get 2x of a bigger mult later? Absolutely. This should be like a seamless transition. We should basically not even notice that we're missing it, as long as we don't discard. I love it. Been drinking it for years. Heard they've recently added more hops. What is your IQ? 3,000. That's pretty high. It used to be higher. I got old. I don't know, but I took it from a website that was called freeiqtest.net. Is that like rigorous? I know I've said this lore before, but I don't know if this might even be new for librarian. So I mean, I send it out here with nothing but respect for my president. But in the second grade, I don't know if it was an IQ test, but it was similar to an IQ test. I had like an assessment from an independent auditor to basically determine if I needed like a... trust me, I'm not bragging. I was 7, okay? And you can see the results of my education on the screen right now. But I had a test to determine if I needed like individual accelerated curriculum in elementary school. I was 7 years old. I remember the whole test, acing it. You know, it's like a little kid SAT. They're like, you know, cheese is to bread as peanut butter is to, and you're like, boom, insubordination. She's like, how'd you know that? And I'm like, I'm goated with the sauce, lady, 1997 style. Then one of the things they did after like the verbal intelligence assessment, they were like, we've just got one more thing. It's like this little puzzle of a soccer ball. But it wasn't like jigsaw puzzle pieces. It was like a 10-gram sort of type deal of a soccer ball. And then it was cut into like irregular puzzle piece shapes. And I just remember sitting there for like 20 minutes trying to put together the puzzle. It was probably like 12 pieces or something like that. And I got to the point where I was like, this is impossible. Like, you can't do the puzzle can't be done. And she was like, don't worry about it. We'll just like X that out. In hindsight, I'm like, I bet that she was like, holy cow, this guy's a fucking idiot, man. And they were like, don't call us. We'll call you. The rest is history. Well, I seem to recall like every single report card had like a section on it that was like individual education plan. But the way that it actually like manifested itself in class was like I would just finish my work early and then they'd give me like word searches. And I was like, what is this? They're like, he's fucking cracked at word searches. And I'm like, isn't everybody? You just find the words. Like, it's just... And on some of those motherfuckers, they're like, you don't even have to look backwards or diagonal. It's just like horizontal and vertical. And you're like, of course, everyone's cracked at word searches, bro. I'll take a peek. Nah, I'm not interested. Not interested personally. Not that. Actually, you know what? I think I'd rather have Hierophant than a strength card that I'm just holding and not doing anything with. No pairs? Some pairs. Any inside info on why Willie Nylander's not playing? I'm not supposed to tell. I promised Sheldon I wouldn't tell. He's got dragon scale. I'm sorry to say. He went to old Valyria and he got bitten by a zombie and his skin is starting to turn gray like Jorah Mormont. Call me Dut. You didn't hear from me, Frank Saravelli. Call me Dut. Thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you. I wish I hadn't said that. Just to get some clout from strangers. I'm embarrassed. Rare situation. They're all good. They're all good. Ouija's good because we're making pairs. -1 hand size, kind of annoying, but Ouija's good. Medium's okay. Ankh is horrible. Ankh kills us for sure. Talisman is even okay. I don't know. I think they're all fine, but Ouija is the most fun. Skip. Chiblee! Hello, Chiblee. Hello. Chiblee, I got a little Simpsons joke for you. Whenever you're playing a game and you don't know what to say, I've been trying this one on for size, and it just came to me randomly. It's something like this. Stay on the margins. That's how you keep your homies safe. I have to discard, bro. I can't discard yet. Check the boss blind. That should be fine, honestly, as long as we... It's going to be annoying, but it should be okay. Why would you discard a 5? I didn't discard a 5, bro. I played a hand, okay? It's a different story. For now, I'm going to send it. I'm not worried about, you know, Goldie Hawn here. Probably should have thrown the 7 as well, but that's what we're talking about. That's what we're frickin' talking about, bro. Call me Bart the way I Maggie Lisa. Yep. Makes a lot of sense. Didn't even break. Look at that. Now you can go. But it's got to be for a good cause. That's fine. That's the best cause of all. And now I guess I still can't really discard, but still, that's amazing. He's doing it. Are you proud of me, Papa? Sometimes I just like to say it. Banana cereal. Sound like my daughter trying to figure out what to have for breakfast. It's getting ridiculous, man. I'm like, what do you want for breakfast this morning? You know what she said this morning? Cotton candy. Do I look like we're at the fucking county fair? Where the fuck am I supposed to get cotton candy? First off, it's irresponsible. It's like 8:15 on a weekday. You want cotton candy for breakfast? It's just spun sugar. Then it's like, where would I even get it, bro? I don't know where to buy cotton candy from, like on at opening hours. I have no idea. Why'd you even give her the option? DL Guiga, I'm going to tell you, you might expect the heat. You might be wincing right now, but I think you're right, man. I think you're right. I never should have given her the option. Should just say, boom, here's your breakfast. Bread. Because that's what she wants. She just wants one piece of bread anyway. Worst emperor of all time just dropped. Okay, we have to discard. It has to be done. These cards are not good enough. We need a better 5. We only have one more discard though. I guess I'd keep the bonus 2s for a moment. Brother, this I think we might be cooked, man. Oh, never mind. We're clearing it easily, actually. Worst emperor of all time just dropped. Me when World War I ended. I'm going to give you a +2, but historically speaking, I'm not saying you got to rep Kaiser Wilhelm II. A lot of problems there. I am thinking, though, there's got to be a lot of emperors worse than that. I mean, come on. There's Roman. We got Caligula. Dude made his horse his vice president, basically. Nero may have possibly burned down Rome while playing the fiddle simultaneously. I'm sure that, and that's just my own awareness of, like, Western history, basically. I'm sure there's crazy emperors throughout the world. I'm not $3 for a random planet. No shot. $4 for a random joker? Yes, this is the way. It's garbage. We go next. Forces one card to always be selected. Actually pretty good when you consider that we're just trying to make pairs anyway. It's so doable. It's so doable, bro. Unless this shit breaks. In which case, I may break as well. Oh, dude! Cedar owning the Elguiga, caught in HD. The Elguiga says it's pronounced Wilhelm in German. If you want to anglicize it, you should say William. Cedar replies, ah, yes. Kaiser William, very anglicized. He fucking got you, dude. He got your ass. I didn't have it in me. I was gonna just say something besmirching your character. Said something like you've been around your kid too long or something like that. You boomed him. Strength, it makes it easier to make pairs. We should give it a chance. I don't really want to fucking I don't really want to discard it. I don't really want to play it with nothing. I'm not gonna strength it. Like, you picked the worst card, bro! Oh, wait, no, I'm stupid. We could just do this. And now we got a pair. Yeah, now we're cooking. I'm dumb. That's the problem. Has Cavendish ever broken for you? No, and it will be the last time I ever play the game. I probably won't even want to quit if it happens to me, but I'm forced to. It's just the way of the world. Dude, we're so good at Balatro / marker. Call it Balatro 1. Daniel, you're just in time to see a victory on Purple Stake Nebula deck. But we're kind of running into problems in Balatro because, like, all the remaining stakes are, like, insanely annoying. Except, I just don't, like, it's either, like, incredibly high-level stakes or alternatively, like, decks that I don't really like. Well, that's not true. I do like the Dean Norris deck. That's for sure. Wow. It's easy. It's actually easy. $50 chips for a pair? Is it worst Joker in the game? Least overwhelming Joker? Most underwhelming Joker? Underwhelming is like a weird word, right? Because the opposite of underwhelming is overwhelming. But like if something's not underwhelming, that doesn't mean it's overwhelming. It's true, you don't hear much about just being whelmed, but I guess whelmed is like a default state. You know, they have Dijon mustard, but they don't have, like, fancy ketchup. You ever listen to the Bare Naked Ladies? Anyway. Grillin' burgers. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. What can you say? How do you feel about Iris by the Goo Goo Dolls? I feel like it might be too saccharine for you. You have me, you had me at hello, and you have me correct as well. At the end of the day, people have been very annoyed, perhaps, by my musical tastes or my musical comments recently. I hope they hear what I'm about to say, which is that at the end of the day, it's just music. It's just what you listen to while you're doing the dishes or going for a walk outside or commuting or whatever. So if you like Train, if you like Drops of Jupiter, I don't think you're like morally compromised or like irredeemable. I just think that I would not pass you the aux cord if we were on a road trip. I'm going to handle that stuff myself. That being said, happens a lot. What a horrible emperor. You know what? I got to wash my hands of that. I really do not like the Goo Goo Dolls, for sure. I put them one level above Train and Jason Mraz, for sure, and the Plain White Tees. Persians in the 5th century BC be like, okay, Diego Guigo, you brought me back. You brought me back on that one, I think. I don't really get it, but it seems like a learned joke, so I'm going to pretend that I get it. Holy, bro, look at this. The doo-doo dolls. So, dude! The doo-doo doll. You're absolutely right. Where were you in the 5th grade? That would have gone crazy on the playground. The doo-doo dolls. I would also like to say, hey, Telepathics, thank you for the raid as well. Thank you. I would also like to say that I listen to some music that I would consider bad if I didn't like it, which I know it sounds like a crazy statement, but like I think the Bare Naked Ladies have some good songs, some good singles at least, but there's like no shot if you introduce the Bare Naked Ladies to me at age 35, I would be like, wow, great song. It's just because I heard it so much growing up that it's like embedded deep within the firmware of my brain. So I'm suffering from the same affliction as the rest of you, by the way. That's how I am about modern Weezer. El Scorcho came on when I was on the Peloton this morning. I like the song. I think it's one of Weezer's best songs. You got to imagine at some point somebody said to Rivers Cuomo, "We got to cool it with the songs about Japanese girls, right?" We got first 2 albums. We got 5 songs that are all about Japanese girls or half Japanese girls. Like, it's just, Rivers, can we? It's just weirding people out, man. But the albums are hot, man. They're fire, okay? But like, really? Couldn't have made that one like, God damn you half Lebanese girls, do it to me every time. It's the same number of syllables, and it would have avoided casting the same kind of aspersions, you know? He's a trailblazer. What about Across the Sea? I think it's a good song, but he probably wishes he could take that one back if I had to guess. That didn't win? We can discard. Why wouldn't we discard? Oh, they love odd chips, bro. They love odd chips. Probably not. He played it on the tiny desk. I gotta give him respect, dude. He's owning it. I mean, this is a gimme. You gotta sell Mad Joker or Splash. Driver's license. One of these days, bro, that's gonna pop. Guaranteed. Aces are odd. This might be okay. It is okay. Sorry, we'll get back to the banter. For now, we're just figuring out, you know, where we stand. We're figuring out what I've done. Please stop trying to get, wait, yes. Please stop trying to get the Tiny Desk version of Down by 311 stuck in my head. I will phone the police. I gotta play it to have a chance to win, bro. No, I don't. No, I don't. We have Splash. Just play a bunch of odd Andrews. Oh, I thought that was over 2,400. Oh, Splash, reset your bus. No! Is that my daughter in there? Oh, I have a flush. Yeah, at the end of the day, it's just music. It's okay. Boink. Well, it was one of yous. Don't get me started on the one of yous discourse, okay? Holy. X3 mult on a 3 of a kind. Kind of a bit of a ballsy first pick, but... Thoughts on All American Rejects? I don't really like them. Again, I'm not saying they're bad. I'm saying I don't like them because I think that they're bad. Whether they're good or not, it exists between your two ears. It's not for me to say, Stunman! I mean, I'd like to get the trio involved, but we might have to settle for pairs from time to time. Like, I don't think there's that much music that's, like, objectively bad. There's... Some people might even argue there's none. I think that's a little disingenuous for me personally, but... Hang on, this is an important moment. We want to create more 3-of-a-kind opportunities. And then also maybe like a Joker. I don't really like that guy, but that's okay. We have mostly jacks. Okay, mostly jacks. I'll give you a little bit of this. And then a wheel. Fair enough. He's pretty good. One of the best chip jokers. I disagree. To me in the face of logic and reason. That's your opinion. What do you like to discard? Diamonds. More diamonds? No thanks. Hunger Games? No thanks. I'm still full. Oh, I'm saying it! Excuse me, miss, have you seen my dog? I don't know, I'm just repeating other people's jokes now. Describe him to me! Oh, man. Card Sharp goes crazy here. I didn't ignore it already, did I? Deja Vu's pretty good, man. It's just we already got minimized hand size. Wheel of Fortune, High Priestess, Moon. This is a crazy play, but let's do it. I'm happy with a Mercury. Did you see that Nixon was a dog boy? What do you mean when you say dog boy? That can mean many different things. Now, contextually, I'm assuming that it means that he was sexually attracted to canines. I'm not being weird. That's like when you say dog boy and you're talking about Richard Nixon, that's the first thing that comes to mind. Why would you think that? Because you wrote dog boy. What do you mean dog boy? He was half man, half dog? That's not what it means? He's just a little puppy? What do you mean? You're saying I'm too online. Okay, because if a normal person heard dog boy, they would think about a boy who has a pet dog. That's obviously not what you're referring to, because that's not remarkable at all for an American president to have had a dog growing up. That's like the most normal shit in history. Could you please explain to me what dog boy means? I don't want to Google Richard Nixon dog boy. Click this link. Okay, I know the Twitter account. It's a trusted source. A letter written by 10-year-old Richard Nixon. My dear mother, the 2 boys you left me with are very bad to me. Their dog Jim is very old and he will never talk or play with me. One Saturday night, the boys were hunting. Jim and myself went with them. While going through the woods, one of the boys tripped and fell on me. I lost my temper and bit him. He hit me in the side and we started on. While we were walking, I saw a black round thing in a tree. I hit it with my paw. What? A swarm of black flies came out of it. I felt pain all over. I started to run, and as both of my eyes were swelled shut, I fell into a pond. When I got home, I was very sore. I wish you would come home right now. Your good dog, Richard. What the hell? What does that even mean? Richard Nixon was definitely crazy. Again, we talked about this. It's got to be like 6 months ago now. But when those presidential drawings went viral and like every president like was drawing themselves, Richard Nixon's drawings were like H.P. Lovecraft non-Euclidean shapes that exist in the space between slip dimensions. Like he was drawing like triangles inside of like hexagons, inside of octagons, like inside of tessellations of like, I don't know what was going on with Richard Nixon's brain, but every other president was like, here's me and my dog. Richard Nixon's were like, this is what I see when I close my eyes. It's actually a little frightening. Bro, Jimmy Carter is still alive? He's a different kind of beast, bro. There's no doubt about that. Discard spades. Okay, I'll do you one better. You jinxed it? This is like the 10th time we talked about it, I'm pretty sure. Has your daughter ever drawn a shape? Yep. Yes, she has. What shape was it? There's lots of them. I don't know what you want me to say. She did it more than once. She's been drawing like the first few months of your child drawing, it's just squiggles. And then she says like, this is daddy, this is mommy, this is me. She's now cooking up some, like she's drawing circles and then putting like eyes and a mouth on them and going like, that's daddy, that's mommy, that's me. She's getting there. Just takes time. Oh, I wanted the death card. We got a lot of jacks. And we have 7 jacks, bro. I mean, cool ace is pretty. The cool stone is good too. But we already got chips out of our whatever. Best psychedelic album of all time? I have no idea. Oh my god, thank you for reminding me. And then the next tweet is literally, or the next thing in chat was literally what I was gonna talk about. Drew Carey's tweets after the Fish concert is actually the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. Or at least the funniest thing I've seen this year. Drew Carey last tweeted November 2023 and basically said, I'm out. Deuces, I hate Twitter. Then he went to the Fish concert at the Sphere and he tweeted, first he tweeted, I swear I just talked to God. I would give you all the money, stick my dick in a blender, and swear off pussy for the rest of my life in exchange for this. Bro, I met God tonight for real. I feel like I just got saved by Jesus, no lie. So Drew Carey tweeting that is already 9 out of 10 funny. But then someone replied to him, and he replied with the most insane thing I've ever seen. He replied, this is what it must feel like to come with a pussy. Because if it's even close, I'm flying to wherever tomorrow and getting the best pussy money can buy. I don't need to be a man no more if it means I can feel like this all the time. Fucking keep it, bro. If I can get this feeling instead, that was God at work or something. Like, it felt like I was being saved by Jesus, no lie. I don't want it to get twisted. I'm sure that he's embarrassed that he tweeted that. But I don't think he has anything to be embarrassed about. That makes him more relatable. Dude was on drugs and experienced strong feelings and wanted to share them. That's humanity, bro. I got nothing but that's way less embarrassing than half the shit people tweet sober, to be honest. If anything, for me, I'm like, it kind of makes Drew Carey like, it makes him a more complex figure in my head. Because I gotta imagine he's got that shit rattling around in his brain while he's like, oh, well, you said the car was $17,783, but it's actually $17,738. And in his head, he's like supernovas going off like nonstop. I hope they don't like make him address it on The Price is Right. Like, let's not give the impression that this is like a serious institution. He's like, bro's gonna get fired from The Price is Right, the show that's like advertising like Lipton sidekicks. For what? For what purpose? I don't buy it, man. Hanged man. Hanged man. Here's a crazy play. Hanged man cutting aces to make pairs easier to get. I support it. So when Drew Carey does it, it's based. When Nixon does it, it's problematic. Well, Drew Carey didn't bomb Cambodia, okay? So like that's where I draw the line. Also, ooh, that's kind of sick with it. I will say, Drew Carey was in the military, so I don't know. Maybe he did bomb Cambodia, but like he didn't give the order. I'm not saying it's good, but there's, you know, delineations to these things. Pair of eights, we take those. Thoughts on Whose Line? Funny show. Funny show. You can go. 33 chips in a pack of 300, you can go, but we need a better Joker. Justice Empress. Take Jimbo? Why, you think, like, just to get him to the end, you think? You gotta drop Stuntman? You've lost your mind, Steven. One of the best Jokers in the game. You're dealing with powers that you don't understand, my friend. Emperor. Beautiful. Things you love to see. We will discard once more. Things you definitely love to see. Did you see the robot flamethrower dog? Yeah, I did. I saw him. It's true. I also saw the tweet that was like, just be honest with me. What purpose does this have? Like, what role does this fill in society? And people were like, probably forest fire prevention. Like, you could do controlled burns to, like, they already can do that shit, man, and they're not doing it. They don't need a dog to go out there and burn down half the forests. We have fire and people, like, you know they're sicking that dog into, like, a, you know, they got probable cause that, like, it's a meth lab, and they're like, they might have weapons, send the dog in. Oh, this is great. You can go. You can come in here. Two double tags. Don't send the dog into the fish concert. Oh, man. I mean it sincerely, man. I feel like I love that for Drew Carey. I think that obviously anybody would probably be embarrassed when they woke up after tweeting about it, but I don't think he has anything to be embarrassed about personally. I hope he's just chilling. He did write dick in a blender. He didn't delete it, that's true. He did. He's standing for it. He's so real for that. It's a bit crazy. I think we need to get rid of the trio, bro. We're playing pairs. It's hard for us to play three of a kind because of our diminutive hand size. This is the next Joker to go. It's got to be for the right cause, though. It's like everything else fits perfectly into our strats. That's the only one that's like a little off. pretty good. So I think the play here, I think we have to wait till we have like a good joker. Then we sell this, then we sell that. Unless we think we're absolutely going to lose. I don't really want to upgrade 3 of a kind. Brother. Good enough. Triple negative is good, but like we need to make sure that we can still win. Like there's a few things, and I'm genuinely not blaming you, I'm blaming my own brain. There's a few things I let chat get in my head about with Balatro backseating. One of them is always take the cool joker, never take the like boring joker that's actually good. That's how we end up like pack 1, let's take DNA. Oh, we lost on blind 2. The other one is always taking negatives. There's some situations where a skip like that means that we die. And we're in a delicate situation right here, to some extent at least. So we gotta just relax a little bit. You don't need 8 jokers to win. Of course, in theory, it could help us out a lot. Or they could be completely useless. Like there's multiple ways it can go down. It's good. It is good with abstract, but like little extra flat mults in this economy. I'm gonna roll once for a good joker. I think you're good enough to serve as a replacement. I'm gonna sell. Double card sharp is pretty great. And then we can at least buy you as a flat mult helper. And then let me look at this for a second. We got to get to 100 grand. I think it should be doable, honestly. I'm not letting chat bully me. We made it to 50 easily enough. And now we've got 9 times mult. And the mult is higher. Instead of 3 times mult. I think we could definitely do it. Oh, but no repeat hand types. I can't skip it. I can't skip it, bro. It's genuinely unskippable. If we make it there in the first place. There we go. Start me here. Local Thunk put out a hit on you? I mean, there's a chance. I don't know what is going to save us, but surely there must be a chance. Yeah, all of our points come from that, obviously. So we got some issues. 3 negative jokers is not going to save us. What about giving us 3 super cards? Stencil joker. Really needed you to be a little bit better. I mean, I hate to do it. I hate to do it, but I'm like, I think it's the only way we live through this boss. If we didn't do it, like we don't possess the capabilities to get that level of points. Abstract sucks too. You're absolutely right. That's fine. Probably shouldn't have rolled though. Okay. Be nice to see a lot of points out of this. Ah! That was horrible, bro. All right, I got some dignity. I don't need to sit here and stand for that. You threw? I didn't throw. It's just, it actually would have been worse if we were holding the card sharps. Abstract, we probably should have kept, though. I think, if anything, we just went one step too far. We probably should not have sold Abstract Joker, even though it was only +6. Turns out the extra support from that was probably pretty meaningful. That's just a tough one, man. You got 120k last round? Hey, Bala Franson, that's because I had 2 card sharps working that would not have worked in the against the boss. The boss doesn't allow repeat hand types. No disrespect, you don't know what you're talking about. Get him out of here? Just, you know, think about what you type before you type it. I'm just... Is that so complicated? My bad? Yep. I know you're waiting. You're waiting to get off the hook. You're wriggling on the hook. You're waiting for me to say no problem. It's a small problem. I wouldn't say no problem. This is a great pack, bro. It's a great pack. Honestly, I love my existing jokers. I'm going econ mode early. I'm going Midas Mask. I've seen what you've done for others, and I want it for myself. Then, we'd be okay winning in one hand, I suppose. Mask plus Hemomancer? You're doing the Balatro backseating thing again, where you're like, all you gotta do is like, step 1, buy the lottery ticket, step 2, win the lottery. We got like, if it shows up, I mean, that's the idea, but also I just wanted some econ. I'm just trying to will it into existence. Okay, okay. It gives me the energy of like, if we were playing like pick a number between 1 and 10, and I was like 6, and then you pulled me aside and you were like, bro, if it's 6, you got this. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I picked it. Not my favorite play of all time, I suppose. You know, I'll start with one of these. I just want to see what this looks like. We gotta play it. I'm not mad about having more gold cards. They'll pop eventually. I am mad that I'm going to die. Well, that's not true. Necessarily. It might be true, but it's not necessarily true. It depends on misprint. 21 malt! Again. 4 malts! 4? What a kick in the teeth, man. It's alright, we go again. Bro's yelling. Did I still have the Empress in hand? I probably could have done something with that. Let me see. Show me the Arcana pack first. Misprint gave me 103 mult once. This is like... We're going back to the era of the schoolyard legend. There's no way that's true. 103 mults? It can only give 23? It was on my brother's account. I was there. I was the mult. Yeah, I bet you were. I bet you were. I'll tell you what. Did you ever get a useful piece of lore from the playground? I did. It wasn't technically from the playground, but my neighbor's kid, when I was a little kid, he was probably like 8 and I was like 5. He was like, you know, in Super Mario World, some of the levels have like a red circle and some of the levels have a yellow circle. Yellow circle means no secret exit. Red circle means secret exit. Me, the only game I played in my life at that point was Super Mario World. I went, like it changed my life. I remember that tip forever, man. It's never left my brain. He fucking died. I don't know that. He's probably just chilling. I don't know that for a fact. How about more cool cards? Okay, that's a cool card. Y'all take care now. See you in hell. Hey, Anel, are the Canucks cooked? I don't think they're necessarily cooked. I mean, like, I watched first 2 periods of the game last night. Obviously, Demko going out is, like, a huge issue. But, like, if you only looked at the score, you would be like, that was a blowout. But it actually, like, we, as the team, I wasn't there personally, but the Canucks were peppering them, man. They were putting lots of shots on net. The Predators' D was just blocking a bunch. UC Soros played really well. Couple of whiffs from our top 6 for sure in the power play, but like the Canucks were laying it down, to be honest. So like I wasn't that upset with the performance of the team. The result didn't really reflect the way that it went on the ice, in my opinion, but like that's the way hockey goes sometimes. I mean, that's basically what the Canucks did to the Blues in the playoffs in the bubble. They basically just said, like, our main goalie got injured, we brought in Thatcher Demko and said, no big deal, brother, just post a 970 save percentage and we'll do the rest. It's just the way of the world. I have to beat the boss. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. We go for flushes. Good flushes. Spade flushes, no debuff cards. No debuff cards. But like at the end of the day, I feel like I probably don't need to say this for like you motherfucker. I don't need to say this for like most people, but like you gotta remember, like I'm out of here, man. No flushes. It's just sports. Maybe they're cooked, maybe they're not. I mean, I don't want to be like glib, but at the end of the day, like who cares? I like it when my team wins a little bit more than I like it when they lose, but it doesn't have that much bearing on like my overall quality of life. Like, what am I gonna do? The goalie got injured. Why does he hate jokers? Hey, every username is taken. You're on trial. There's no jokers in the shop. /user, every username is taken. WTF. 999 messages. Been on Twitch for fucking 12 years. Oh my god. Following for 2 years. Everybody makes mistakes. Okay, I mean, lots of chat messages. 6 mod actions. They're all Moobot timeouts. That counts. Cots. Yep. Thank God for auto-completes. I'm just going to give you 300 for that. That's not even... That's a lighter than default punishment before everybody starts crying because the world's gone crazy. I looked at the default sentence and said, that's too much. He doesn't need 10 minutes in the chokey. 5 minutes in the chokey should get the point across. Boomer on boomer violence. It is crazy to see a Twitch account from... It's created in 2013. I've been laughing too. I don't want to get the streamers like not on my side, okay? I'm on the side with the streamers. But like there was a recent kerfuffle. I don't know, the vibes are off with this one. I'm restarting. Where like Twitch changed payment processors and then like lots of streamers lost a lot of subscribers, myself included, admittedly. Because when they switched the payment processors, like not everybody's old payment carried over. So some people that are like still actively viewing had their subscription ended and then they've got to like go get recompense from Twitch HQ or whatever. But like a lot of people, I'm pretty sure it's just like people that have been subscribed since like 2015 and then like have stopped watching but are too lazy to canceled their auto-renewing subscriptions. And I'm like, it sucks, but at the same time, I'm like, that's fair. I'm happy for them. I would love it if, like, all the shitty subscriptions that I'm subscribed to were like, oh, we had a little flub with our payment processor. Like, sorry, you're going to have to re-up your subscription. And I'd be like, no thanks, Paramount Plus. Thanks for letting me know. Like, I don't want to be subsisting on, like, people that are giving me $5 a month just because they forgot that I exist. Especially when librarians, they're gifting 5 subscriptions. Thank you for that, by the way. Thank you. I don't get people doing that. Well, it's like, you know, you subscribe for $5, you put it on auto-renew, then things get busy, right? You get like a notification on your phone, maybe, that's like, hey, $4.99 just came out. And you're like, oh, when I get home, I'm gonna, like, unsubscribe from that. But then you get home and you gotta cook dinner, do the dishes, give your kid a bath, you got stuff to do, you know, you're going out, and then, or some people, they might not even notice until like the end of the month when they look at their credit card statements, or like the end of the year when they look at their credit card statements. I understand. Now here's what's gonna fuck with you. Did I just say that in order to become the most base streamer and get subscriptions from active viewers? I guess we'll never know. I don't want this garbage. He got me. I also get that it sucks, because you're like, I didn't do anything, and I lost, like, you know, an eighth of my income or something like that. But I'm like, God, some of these people are dead, man. We're getting paid by the damn estate. It's just, I'm not trying to be macabre. It's just life, man. I've been a partner streamer for like 11 years or something like that. Some people, we got some corpses that are paying me $5 a month. One day I'm going to be a corpse. I'm going to be giving $13.99 a month to Netflix. Probably until the credit card expires. It comes for all of us, man. I don't even want to think about it. My fucking great grandkids are still going to be subscribed to like Adobe Creative Cloud. It's going to be like $8,000 a month. 20 bucks, little man. Put that stuff in my hand. What do I got? I don't have a lot of anything. This is good, though. Hey, the Funky Duck, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. My hand is freaking huge, dude. Me at the Fish concert? Right? Am I right? Am I right? I've never done psychedelics, so I don't know what effect it has on you. Well, I don't know if I want to do the stuff that Drew was doing. I don't know if that's the drugs or it's fish, but I'm staying the hell away from both of them. I'm content in my life right now, okay? I don't want to add that kind of dilemma into my cerebrum. You just don't do anything yet. So I'm sorry to say, but I gotta pass on you for now. I just didn't know Drew Carey had the damn plug. I guess he's a cool guy. He had the Drew Carey show. That was a funny show. Just because he hosts The Price is Right doesn't mean he doesn't have like a rich inner life or something. Please, please, please. Hey, Tech923, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. I'd love to get some jokers at some point. Price is Right is Drew's second job. I guess it's just his second screen content. You're right. He does that so he can have the money to fly to the Fish concert. And you know what? We love it for him. We do. Just weird that he's been in media for 35 years and he's trying drugs for the first time at age 65. I don't think Drew Carey dropped acid for the first time at this Fish concert, okay? I think that might be a little naive. It might be the first time he's tweeted while rolling, but also, it's not sus. It's been working out for him. Dude's got like the best job in Hollywood. All he has to do is hold that skinny ass microphone and go like $9.99. The only qualifications for the job basically is like you need to know how to count. So that rules half of you out. What was that for? I don't know. I just thought thought I'd be an asshole for a second. It's people are laughing. Okay. I don't know what you want me to say. People are laughing. We need the Molt King. Bro, they're not putting multiple Jokers in the shop. Look at it. Every Joker that shows up is like, does something if you have another Joker. There's nothing to do. Oh, brother. It's the worst pack I've ever seen, man. Hermit with 0 gold and then 2 suits I'm not working towards. Like, it's disgusting. Double it and give it to the next guy. That's what I'm talking about. It's kind of crazy we're still alive. The hand size has been very helpful. And now look between E and T on your keyboard. There's no Jokers, bro. I hate the keyboard memes, man. They're driving me crazy. Sigil, please become diamonds. Okay, that's something. Now we got a very diamond-rich deck. Might be able to squeeze a straight flush out of this. I mean, Full House is like our only upgraded hand. So you gotta keep multed cards. You gotta keep pairs. I just don't trust you. I trust you. We're in a lot of trouble, y'all. Hello, honey. What you got there? A sleeping mask. Let me take a peek. Did mommy get it for you? The package just came. Ta-da! Wow, you look so cute.
Do you see that pixel?
What's on the front of the sleeping mask? It's bread.
And pussy.
Bread and pusheen. Oh, cutie pusheen as well. And a donut. A pretty plushy bread. That looks so cute. How was your class today? Did you like your sandwich? She didn't eat the sandwich I made for her. Are you gonna eat it now that you're at home? It wasn't good. You picked out the ingredients yesterday. I'm not taking any heat over that sandwich. Holy. That just broke my heart. I'm just joking. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're okay? Did you drop something? It's just a new toy. Okay. It's funny because I was about to say like it's been bringing like joy into my heart. I've been making her lunches. It's nothing crazy, right? It's super simple. Just you know, like a deli meat sandwich. But seeing her, like I finish work, she's upstairs eating it. You screwed me on this one. And I feel like proud. I feel like Forrest Gump, like, is he like me? But like in the other direction. I'm like, Pog! She got the sandwich gene! That makes lunches really easy. We ain't having to pack bentos of, you know, rice and like pickled vegetables everywhere we go. Just get a Ziploc bag, you're off to the races. I was really hoping for once we could duplicate, but that's okay. That's fine. All clubs. But now she's betrayed me. She doesn't like the sandwich anymore? She doesn't like the sandwich anymore? Holy cow, what have I done? Sure. Sure. I mean, honestly, I would sell. This is good enough. And this is good enough. I'm just taking a peek. I'm not a rolling Andrew. I think it's like a, oh, I should have taken this to sell for a little more, but small price to pay. This is a crazy setup now. I mean, I'm pretty sure you can just go like this. Okay. Doink! Oh, that's not a doink at all. I got like 100 mult. Taking a wait. Oh, we got a free reroll, bro. We got a free reroll. Nintendo 64! Hungry Chris Hansen build? It's damn true. What did you think? That I wouldn't be hungry? That I wouldn't want a slice? Play only one hand type. No big deal. No big deal. Brother, we're clubbed up to the gills. Imagine if you gave me another club. Oh my gosh! 26 clubs? My word. Okay. I'm gonna buy it just to have it, though. No, we should still be okay. We should still be fine. Free reroll has never come in more handy than that. Brother, I don't think we're going to be cooking with delayed gratification on this one. I respect it. The 10 mult is respectable. The extra money is respectable. I think we keep our options open. Wait for a better Joker to show up. Fish son? Or club daughter? I don't know, man. I don't really care. It's just music. It's not that big. Whoa! It's not that big of a deal, in my opinion. Ah! Sorry. Holy, dude, we're off to the races. It's the craziest shops I've ever seen. Please stop doing that. I know how this sounds. It sounds like, it sounds bad. I do it every day and you're still here. Why would I stop? I like doing it. Obviously, it's maybe you don't like seeing it, but it's not pushing you away. And honestly, even if it did push you away, to know my feelings on that subject, I would have to look at your entire chat history to feel if that was like a loss or not. Let me think about this for a second. So we're clubbed up. I don't really want to make another ace. Let's make another club. And then we can emperor. And I'm for it as far as I'm concerned, but I will sell that, Andrew. And then me personally, we just pop this blank. Clubbed up son or Drew Carey daughter. I'm going to say clubbed up son. I'm going to say Drew Carey daughter. I was going to say I've got nothing against Drew Carey, but it's actually the opposite. I have many things for Drew Carey. Whose line is it anyway? Fun show. Introduced improv to the world. To the normie world, at least. Myself included. Drew Carey show. Funny show. Don't care about the money that much, honestly. Price is Right. I enjoy watching it if I'm homesick from school. I'm not sweating it too much. And now, like, the fish tweet just solidifies it. Trump's son or Musk daughter. Don't put that, because I don't want to choose, because they both sound like a lot of fun. I'm refusing to answer the question. I'm not going to answer that one. Here's a new one for you. I'm going to start with high card, so that I can follow it up with a... Never mind, that won't be necessary. Now this is a perfect opportunity to get like 3 negatives. This would go crazy if we could get the negative Joker. Or the negative, Rizzler? What do they call it? The negative, you know what I'm saying? Tag? Is it a tag? Is that what they call them in these games? Rizzler was right. Okay, thank you. Is this the experimental branch? Honestly, every game I ever play, it's the experimental branch. Because I'll be mixing it up. I'll be doing some different kind of stuff. Some stuff you ain't ever seen before. I honestly had no idea SNL was an improv. No disrespect, my friend, but you really thought that they were doing 90 minutes of improv every night? They had like costumes and stuff. Celebrity cameos, and like they built sets, there were props. Like what I thought it was like half and half. What are you They have like video graphics and stuff that they play in advance of the sketches, man. I mean, it's just one of those things, I guess you thought it was improv, and then nothing, like, disabused you of the notion. I'm not mad at you, it's just kind of funny. I guess I shouldn't, like, rag on you. Obviously, you know that it's not improv. I don't need to list the reasons that it's not improv. The fact is that it's not improv. We send it? Could have done straight flush build, but it's just unnecessary. Not necessary. We're gonna have 4 double tags, bro. Imagine everything's lining up. 4 double tags, a max value hermit, and then a bunch of negatives straight to the dome piece. No, thank you. Sure, 2 enhanced aces. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. Don't really care what... I guess, you know what? 2 planets might not be a bad investment. We're playing flushes on occasion. Wow, these are all hard hands to make. Squeaks said your chat hates him. I don't think that's true. I saw Squeaks in here earlier. He was talking and everyone was going, Squeaks! Everyone was going, Pookie! I don't think they hate him. His chat hates him. He's confused, man. Squeaks has got to be the only streamer who gets more bald jokes directed at him than me. And he's got hair. That's fucked up, dude. That's messed up. Come on. Coney too? Really? Coney? I don't even... I mean, I see clips from Coney, I would say several times a month. Doesn't even strike me as somebody who's visibly losing his hair. Well, it's because he wears a hat. It's because he wears a hat. That would explain why I don't see him losing his hair. My brain forgot about that one. No thanks. Guys, what's the Chib drama? No drama, he's a stud. The thing, and you only know this when you're through the baldness looking glass. For me, and this is not, I mean, you're going to say copium because it's Twitch, but that's just the way of the world. For me, the thing that I find funny about when you call me bald is that you're also bald, you just don't know it yet. So it's like, it's the same way when like people that are 5 years younger than me make fun of me for being old. I'm like, it reveals your own insecurity about being 5 years older. So what are you gonna do in 5 years, motherfucker? You're old now, you idiot. Not everyone goes bald. Concern trolling, you will go bald. No, my mom's grandfather, he wears a piece. Honestly, he wears a piece. You just never notice because he's always looked the same. No, I have a full, no, my hair was naturally thin. I've always had fine hair. Yeah, I'm sure you've always had a widow's peak that goes back to here. You were really showing up in the 6th grade looking like Eddie Munster. Yeah, okay. Go look at a picture of yourself when you were in middle school. Compare your hairline with your hairline now. And you're gonna make bald jokes? Please stop. You did it to yourself. There's nothing wrong with being bald. You're the ones making the joke about it. No. Keep fixing it up in the mirror. Nobody notices. Clueless, aware. You peace? I'm not trying to make you self-conscious about it. I'm trying to get you over the pain by giving it to you all at once. This isn't really fair. We shouldn't do like, you know, I don't want this to be like toxic masculinity. Like, just like, don't be a baby. There is, every once in a while, it happened yesterday. If you're here, I'm not trying to knock you, okay? It happened yesterday. Someone showed up and said, NL, I'm only 25 and I'm trying to deal with like the trauma of losing my hair. I'm not saying your feelings aren't real. All I'm going to say is I did it age 18, age 19, something like that. You're going to be fine. I'm not saying I'm like bigger man than you. All I'm saying is if I could do it when I was a teenager, you could do it at 25. You're going to be okay. You got nothing to worry about. Unless your head looks weird. I did the wrong cards. It's all for naught now. You're gatekeeping low self-esteem? Maybe you have low self-esteem because you talk like that. I'm just trying to have a conversation with you. Everything you say, you're like, I'm a person who has feelings and I'm using my feelings to express, I'm using my words to express those feelings to get some information from you. And then I reply in the exact same manner. I'm an individual. I heard what you said and I replied using my own experience as a barometer for what to say. Then when I say it to you, you're like, not everybody has been, actually that's a fallacy known as reductio ad fallacium. Like, it's just, why are you talking like that? I'm trying to relate to you. Just because you don't like what I said doesn't mean we're not having a tete-a-tete here. You wouldn't understand you got a good looking head? I didn't know that until I shaved it, bro. You're literally beefing with like someone that's younger than you and in the past. It doesn't make any sense. Your advice is man up? What could my other advice be? There's no magical spell that I could cast it and be like, you know, you got over it. You got it. You got two trains are colliding. Low self-esteem plus male pattern baldness. You got, you know, one leaves Cleveland having 60 miles an hour. It's 400 miles away. The other one leaves Peoria at going 70 miles an hour at this vector that you know when they're going to collide. So figure it out, man. I'm not saying it's not a real problem. I'm just saying, like, what do you want me to say? You're like asking the bald guy for advice on how to deal with baldness? my advice is shave your head. I'm not. People are like, hey, now should I get a transplant? Like a hair transplant? How would I know? I didn't get one. The science has come a long way since like 2007, 2008. I didn't have that kind of capital back then. It wasn't even an option. Now it's too late to go back. Okay, first pack, we call this a whiff. Second pack, that's a whiff. Third pack, that's a dub. Fourth pack, gonna have to go ahead and call this one a whiff unless we get clubs. Fifth pack, I don't know, do we really want our hand to get even smaller? I'm gonna call that a dub because it's funny. I'm gonna call that a dub. We got 14 jacks in the bitch now. In the bitch? My man forgot how to speak English. Send it. What the hell? It's garbage? Crassin for what? I know. I'm doing it for nothing. Killing me won't bring back your gosh darned honey. Cards. I don't even know what I'm doing. That was the boss? What am I playing? Anything and everything? Okay. I don't know. Try something like that. All at once. The Daniels referenced. Another individual who embraced his baldness. I'm just saying. It's like when Apollo was talking about therapy. He was echoing a lot of my annoyances with therapy. Now, I'm not saying therapy is bad, but I was kind of hoping when I talked to my therapist, they would be like, oh, yeah, first off, you're valid. Everything you said is right. And then they would cast a spell that would make all the negative feelings go away. But instead, the lady's just giving me homework. She's like, every time you feel this, you should, like, try to interrupt your thought patterns and ask yourself, like, this rhetorical question. And I'm like, what the hell? That's work, lady. I'm paying you for work? That's the same thing with the male pattern baldness question. What am I supposed to do? I don't have the information. I don't have the magic spell, bro. You're looking for a lobotomist? They still do that? They're probably going to start again. Now that TikTok is banned, all those accounts are going to have to get real jobs at the trepanation factory. I mean, it's one of those drills that, like, you don't see them too much anymore, but you know the kind I'm talking about. It kind of looks like one of those individual use dental flossers. Yeah, we know the one. Okay. Yeah, you use it to like get to drill a well or something like that. And such as lobotomies are back in a big way. I don't know why when you said that, the first thing I thought of was like the Twitch text-to-speech robot AI voice saying that. Lobotomies are back in a big way. If this thing breaks, I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say, but I'm gonna be very upset. I'll tell you that for free. Oh. Sure. I think I need a little bit more support. To be honest with you, I think I need a little bit more support. Green Goblin on his glider. Say it! So true! I gotta watch Spider-Man 1 again, man. And Spider-Man 2, they're having their renaissance now because they came back out in theaters, right? I'm fucking dead, bro. I'm dead. Well, I was kind of hoping to save Chariot for the boss, but like... I gotta use it, but like I gotta... I don't even know what I'm looking for. How many jacks? I gotta start discarding for support, bro. Empress is actually very helpful. Lovers isn't really. You gotta take a peek. 4 of a kind jacks with a Chariot King, like... I don't think it gets us there, but if anything could, it would be that, I suppose. Wow! Okay, it's time to go all in. Steel card could go crazy. 3 of a kind or better. Like, I don't think pair's gonna get us there. I think we've got to use our discards appropriately here. 3 of a kind or 4 of a kind can help us. I mean, $10 for cheaper rerolls probably does start to pay for itself pretty soon. The $2 less pays for itself in 5 rerolls. Not gonna happen. Don't check my math on that. So you gotta go for something that's better. I gotta think about it. You gotta go for something. It's not gonna be Hanging Chad unless it hits like a super card. Magician could save us. I'd rather it didn't have to. Smiley Face. Smiley Face, I honestly think has a chance to get us there. Just because of the fact that we're playing lots of jacks and we don't have any other options. And then, you know what? With a small hand, I'm going back on this. I'm buying Blackboard because with a small hand, it should be easy enough. Sorry for the nerd voice. Dump them. Sell it. Now, I hate you because I feel like I have to play you. 12 jacks remain. We dump it. 2 steel kings. 4 of a kind versus 3 of a kind. Technically, 2 steel kings is better, but it does also give us a lower chance to actually draw 4 jacks. Some might call it a 0% chance. Okay, we got 4 hands. We needed the 20 mult. It's insane. We won easily. Is there anything sweeter than seeing people backseat you for why you lost when you're about to win? Holy brother. Easiest win of my life. In so many ways. That was the Dean Norris deck, Purple Steak. That was a good Balatro performance, man. Do you understand how multiplication works? Do you understand what an on-ban request is? Now, there's a 10-minute period where they're basically saying we all just gotta chill out, okay? They're saying, like, we don't want anyone sending on-ban requests with heated feelings. But in about 9 minutes and 40 seconds, you're gonna get a pop-up that's like, did you get a little heated over a video game? This is a safe place. Let your feelings out. Maybe an apology would be nice. And then I'll let you back. I'm looking at your account, following for more than a year, previously subscribed for a month. Thank you for that. Twitch Recap 2023 with the 0 as a heart. I mean, every single person that gets disciplinary action here has that badge for some reason. I always talk about it. 18 messages in the entire time you've been in chat. Let's see. Do you understand how multiplication works? 2 days ago, where's the rock rolling game? A week ago, if you thought climbing games metrics were rough, wait till you upload Sisyphus to YouTube. Okay. Why is this dude still shaking like he ate hidden 500k a hand next challenge? Joel. Is Chris Pratt not a Vince Vaughn? I don't even know what that means. Bro's depressed over his 25-hour work week. What do you think about Kyle Troop choking in the PBA Strike Derby this year? There's no shot dude is watching competitive bowling. That's got to be bait. Can you go back to Final Fantasy so I can hop out of here? I'll see you in the on-ban request, brother. I got a feeling that I'll probably never see you again, if I had to guess. But it's possible. You'd be surprised some of the most, like, dyed-in-the-wool haters come back. I mean, some of them come back with, like, borderline criminal on-ban requests, but some of them come back and they're like, I lost my head for a minute. And I'm like, I got your chat history going back for 18 months, bro. Like, I mean, I'm going to unban you because you came back and showed contrition, but at the same time, I mean, there just seems like there's a little marination on the honesty there. Insubordinate and churlish. How's the lung butter situation? You're gonna question me, but it's actually better. I was not coughing at all on stream today. I'm not coughing on the bike anymore. The cough lasted like almost a month, which is crazy. But now the butter, like when I was first sick a month ago, all the butter was here. Then it went into the lungs, and it was in the lungs for like a month. And now it's back in my nose, which I think is good. Like it got out of my... I would rather have it in my nose than my... The closer it could get to being out of my body, I think is better. But I will say I don't think I've ever had an illness go nose, lungs, nose. So like usually nose is like an earlier step. I don't know. I think it's going to be gone pretty soon. It's definitely better to like blow your nose many times a day than it is to like sound like your lungs are 2 aluminum balloons from your kid's birthday party. So I take it as an improvement at least. You still hear pops when you breathe deeply? There's still, there's something in there, but it's not as bad. I used to get like the last half of my exhale was like crinkling an old Sun Chips bag. Now it's like just the last impulse. We heard it. I know it made a noise. You gotta pop the inhaler? No joke, I think I might actually need an inhaler. I don't know. But I exercised the last 2 days and both days were fine. So I have no idea, man. Am I naive? Why can't you just buy an inhaler at the drugstore, like without a prescription? That seems like it's kind of like glasses. Like you could just buy like reading glasses at the drugstore. It's steroids? Yeah, but like not enough to like take you to Mr. Olympia, right? Yes, thank you. And also people are already taking steroids. Have you ever looked at like a police officer in the last 10 years? It could cause a heart attack. Okay, well that I'll give you that one, pharmacology student, but like why can't I like sign a piece of paper that's like, yeah, I know the risks, give me the inhaler. They can't be like strong drugs because kids are taking it on the playground. And when the kid gets an asthma attack in soccer practice, he's not like, ah, you know, he's just like he's chilling. He's not tweeting Drew Carey shit. It's not Jet, exactly. I just feel like there should be an over-the-counter inhaler, bro. All these doctors and nurses and pharmacists are gatekeeping. It's crazy. Who are you to tell me the medicine that I can't take? Oh, man. All prescription restrictions are unethical. Yes, DL Guiga, Libertarian Arc. Let's go. DL Guiga, be honest. Are you zero hedge? You're starting to talk like zero hedge. You have an alt account with Tyler Durden Fight Club avatar, DL Guiga? Think the worst mistake America ever made was getting off the gold standard? You think the dollar is about to no longer be the currency of record worldwide? We're all going to be using the RMB soon? No, that's dumb and unscientific. Okay, maybe not zero hedge. Maybe you're ramp capital. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out. There's it was one of yous. It was one of yous. Okay, I'm gonna send you over to my wife's stream and go be a good parent. And stop accusing DL Guiga of being a foreign agent sent to destabilize the United States, because I don't think it's the case. I think Olivia Wilde's kind of like, and I mean this in a not negative way, I think he's kind of like Michael Moore in that Olivia Wilde gif. We love America! Wait, that's Mark Ruffalo that does that. Mark Ruffalo says we love America, right? He's 15. He's not a 15-year-old from Ohio. Okay? He has a kid and a spouse and a family and a degree and a job. And he has negative opinions about Vancouver, which tells me that he did actually live here. It would be crazy, DL Guiga, if you were like a 15-year-old kid who just like came here on vacation once. And you're like, yeah, have you ever been to the Red Robin in the West End? I'd be like, why the fuck is this 30-year-old guy talking about Red Robin? Oh, man. That's just a red flag right there. Okay, I'll send you. Oh, later.